right, Ms. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Ma'am, if you want, that microphone is adjustable. You can put it pretty much anywhere you're comfortable with, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Jessica Hyde, Hyde.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
And the digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Absolutely. So my final graduation was from ECPI, College of Technology. However, I attended several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
And following your undergraduate, where did you go from there?
From there, I went and completed my tour on active duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
And when about was it that you received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
And as far as, you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working at the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center, called TDAC.
And following sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work, so I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center, which is I worked there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Now, and then
from there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, et cetera. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
And then what did you, no, I'm sorry, let me start again. As far as what, if any, teaching experience in relation to the field?
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms in their graduate program. I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, also called SWIG-DE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been chairing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publications in 2019. I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association, also called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012, and I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, and I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics, and I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation to this?
Great question. I've published a paper on the standardization of data recovery. I worked on that with Dr. Owen Casey and Dr. Nelson. That was published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence, and I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I probably have published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
When you say peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means or what that process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have a novel piece of research that you then submit that novel, never been presented work to a journal. It then gets reviewed by numerous academic peers. It goes through cycles of revision where they ask more questions. On the standardization of file recovery paper, that process took about 14 months for it to be peer-reviewed by experts in the field, and then it is published in a journal.
And so you've had both articles that you've authored that have been peer-reviewed and published, as well as you've performed the role of reviewer of other people's work?
Correct. I've performed in addition to the publications I've done, I reviewed at least 20 to 30 articles, both in a combination of support for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal and DFIR review.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if you could explain to the jury, when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data, be that a mobile phone, computer, or cloud, for the intention of that data intentionally being used for court. And with reference to your firm, Hexordia, where is that located? What state? We are headquartered in New York State, in Bridgeport, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. We also have an office location in the DC metro area in Tyson's Corner, but we have employees in 6 states. And with respect to your duties and responsibilities in regard to your firm, what is it that you do? Great question. So I do perform digital forensic analysis on cases. I currently work on 2 U.S. government contracts supporting 1 digital forensic analysis and 2 novel research and exploitation of mobile devices. So I'm named personnel on 2 contracts, and then I manage another 3. I also develop training for mobile forensics. My courses have been taken by people all over the country, and Hexordia also delivers that training. I also do research and presentations for journals, conferences, et cetera. So a combination of casework, education, and research. Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could turn your attention to May of 2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case? Yes, on May 4th, I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case. And eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do some work in relation to one specific area of this case? Yes, a contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th. Of 2023. And as far as the specific information in relation to this case, what was it that you looked at? I'm sorry. Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked to look at? I was asked to look at 2 specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
And with regard to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received 2 reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Green was a person that was retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So you essentially received reports from the state police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those 2 reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis here?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to our working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do from there?
I immediately verified the hash values of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
And what is the hash value?
A hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original matched. They also matched the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do from there?
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation. And
as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used?
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data, so it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different variety of tools from Celebrite to Axiom to ARTX, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of conducting a forensic analysis? Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running. If I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned, just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool. Yes. Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis that you do?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the record, when you use that term as far as a SQLite database, how is that spelled?
It is capital SQL, lowercase I-T-E, and SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
Now, once you received the extraction, made the copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools, what is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been in use at that time.
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion?
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is... The tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were two searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those two searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the two reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the two search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in C-L-K-D.
And what, if any, information from your, starting, if you could, sort of walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved?
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, I'm just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of the search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, et cetera. So that's the knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Haslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine. That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab, and that's a really intricate artifact whenever we're ready to explore that. That is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However, Celebrite was the tool that found that particular search term.
Cool. Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data, before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc, of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed. Then they change there, and then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data, and you at the table being the table that the data is going to, when you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food, and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, when they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a wall file winds up containing: your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, et cetera, as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the wall file. We only get the wall file if at the time of extraction that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a wall file, and so that wall file is going to contain both a data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you closed the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted, specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct? Correct.
And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue, may we approach just briefly?
Sure.
Now, Ms. Hyde, you had used the term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored, and inside that database we would see the time and date that you sent it, who it received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name, it might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
Now, in regard to your analysis and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury Table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your report with you as well?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she could refer to the table in her report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen, and I'm sorry, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. Do you see that?
I do. Oh, yes.
So using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in this specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where, and when, and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOF, long to die in cold. And that a timestamp in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of the search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, etc. If that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOF long TI die and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H, Hunkamon Sports. Hawkmock, okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hawkmock Sports, there were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in CacheDB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating, in all likeliness, that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold, and that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier, and the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the...
Can I stop you?
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both of those, the plist and the other database, why is that?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the plist for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food, based on your analysis, was that a search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2smooth.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 6:23, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the Knowledge CDB and the mobile Safari plist. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 6:24, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the Knowledge CDB and the plist. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAL files and not the raw file.
And so as far as sort of toward the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading is 2:27:40 in the morning as far as the timestamp associated with the search. Why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search. It's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that it was the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So when you say last search in the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Bad question, let me rephrase. So as far as the 2:27 tab is closed and then another search done at 6:23, is that correct?
2:27 isn't necessarily when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 2:27 timestamp and the 6:23 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 2:27, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 6:24, means that yes, that particular tab was used after 2:27 when the Hawkmock Sports was searched. I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
Oh, that's absolutely fine. Now, if I could ask you at this point, as you had talked about one in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact.
Mm-hmm.
If you could remind the jury of what that is, and if you could explain that at this point.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab, and that's because if you look at the end of this file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database, it was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs, and we talked about the fact that they can contain data that is both removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is, but what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the wall files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the wall files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes. Can I refer to my notes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now, what's interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log gets a unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance in all 16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So that's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was pertinent to know how many times this was searched.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Stop you there for one moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish Table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. May I look at Table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hyde, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do. That is Table 2 of my report on page 4.
And if you could, again, using the latest form that you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance is depicted in Table 2 up on the screen.
So Table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google or private searching here. So this table denotes if we're seeing private or non-private searches, if it includes tabs that are open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information, as well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was designed as a guide to really understand Table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the history DB wall file, and that file has non-private searches, it includes closed tabs, and the visit time there is the time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want, and in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari Tabs DB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs, and it shows only tabs that have not been closed. So this is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the Browser State DB and its wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about, where that 2:27 a.m. number is coming from. So this one is going to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last view time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean. So when I'm saying last underscore view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function, or not what we would presume it to mean. The next one, the last one here, is the mobile Safari plist, and this one actually tells us, the date here gives us the time that something was queried reliably.
Now, if I could ask you, if you could just explain to the jury as far as these SQ or SQLite databases, how exactly do they work, and what, if any, relation do they have with regard to data and information with the write-ahead log or the wall file?
So SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed from. So data that's in that situation, that it's sitting in the database, that is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database, that is sitting in the wall, or it has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application, and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking, your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, how do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away like go switch apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items that are left over because they are marked for deletion but still sit in the database, or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened, but that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Now, as far as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what, if any, sort of, as a forensic examiner, what, if any, sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by a user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Cellebrite versus Axiom versus that has that information that others may not?
So Cellebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Cellebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you see something like that in a Cellebrite extraction, is there, what, if any, further analysis do you do to sort of look behind it?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Cellebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. What the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the wall file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the wall file out, and I make another copy of them. So I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it. What's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database that actually has all those changes. So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the wall file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the wall file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same X in the tools, you have to check the file because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would expect potential recovery, not necessary in this instance. And you can have something that's in a wall file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in the wall file itself doesn't mean deletion, but there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And again, Ms. Hyde, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is figure 1. This is a direct screen capture from Sanderson's tool from the browser StateDB, limited to the Haas long to die in cold search.
If you could, using that laser pointer, again, direct your attention to what, if anything, is significant or of note that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that's depicted in figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of these searches are the exact same term. And here we have the order index. And here we have that last view time. And by looking at the last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these are identical. This and more importantly are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now the offsets are different, and what that means is that this is just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved as the database has moved data through the write-ahead log to different positions, but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
And to that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by a user?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact, it does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari plist, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts, you were able to determine that?
Absolutely. You can determine that from both mobile Safari plist and knowledge CDB. And
I'm sorry, I jumped in there just as far as turn your attention back to figure 1. What, if anything, else of significance do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And it's, although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
Now, from the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure, what, if anything, can you say as to or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 02 10:47 a.m. And to be clear, just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time, but for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
Now, with your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis there?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being able to determine what this timestamp really means, I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and took a jailbroken iPhone, and the purpose of a phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs, move tabs, and perform several different searches that we scripted out first, what we were testing, and then checked to see how that timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried...
Sorry, objection.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Hyde, I'm sorry. So you had, I think when you were talking about some of the testing that you had conducted, you used the term we. Are there other individuals that worked on this particular assignment?
I had somebody peer review and test my testing. So they didn't work on the case, but as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that you...
I conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically, I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
And then, if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. Hyde, just continue as far as your testing.
Absolutely.
Your test.
Yeah, so then populated the device and looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken. And the changes that happened, what I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac and saw how the browser state changed if we changed the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed, because I could see the differences of what the data looked like when I was altering it both in the Mac and on the phone, I was getting differences in those timestamps and those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony as far as your experience is concerned. You've had occasion to work both as a forensic forensic extractions, forensic investigator.
Yes.
As well as working also in research and development, is that correct?
Correct.
And so from the R&D side, what, if any, role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis here when it came to some of the devices or some of the things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand how things work. I think it actually gives me a better understanding in many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had reviewed both Trooper Garino's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues, of course, of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th. Based on the artifact recovered from Browser State DB that Cellebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the Browser State DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that, that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Cellebrite as recovered.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Sports, that browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS long to die in cold, Haas long to die in cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking for?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah.
For Food Truck Friday, the moment everyone's been waiting for all week. One local company on a mission to bring customers the freshest seafood possible.
Levin is out live in Scituate this morning showing us their operation from the sea to the shore. Lev, this has been so much fun to really see the whole process play out today.
Anna, it's been absolutely fantastic, I will tell you. You know, I've been hanging out with Miss Emily Food Truck and Kevin Norton, and I'm going to tell you what, look. And you go to the truck and you get the freshest possible. Why is it so important for that?
It's important because we really try to show people how fresh, how delicious fresh fish is. How when you take a piece of fish that's caught the day before and you're able to eat it in the same 24-hour period, just the quality is just unbelievable. So that was the whole reasoning behind this truck.
Okay, so let's go inside and some of the stuff that we've already cooked up. I want you to help me go through it, and we'll play kind of like a potluck situation. Okay, really? I'll mix it up. You can tell me what we have here. And what is this?
That's our fish and chips platter with scallops. It's a half and half platter with a piece of local cod and local scallops.
Okay, and what's this? Oh, that's Father's Day special.
That is our New England lobster roll.
How good is that? What's involved in that?
It's delicious. It's fresh lobster meat, very light mayo, and a little bit of celery. It's just lobster.
And obviously this has to be the favorite.
All right, so that's one of our favorites. That's halibut right there, halibut bites we call it, and it's squares of halibut that are dipped in a lemon pepper panko crumb and fried. Those are our top seller.
And let people know that it's gluten-free, most of the stuff you use to base everything in.
All gluten-free, which is a big thing for the truck. And yeah, it's been a huge success.
How important was it for you to make sure that everyone in this community get a chance to get stuff that's local and you keep it
so
local?
We're very lucky, and in Scituate we're very lucky. People love to support local businesses, and we're very lucky for that. But I really wanted to show people in town how good fresh seafood can be, and the people have been very supportive, and they come out. It's great.
How long you been doing this fishing thing?
I've been fishing for 25 years, and this is my second year with the food truck.
How much fun are you having now?
I'm having a blast with the food truck. I love it.
Okay, this is fantastic.
It's fantastic.
Hey, say goodbye. It's been a happy Father's Day.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for having us out here. Happy Father's Day. Okay. He says he's going to take Sunday off.
Yep, hopefully.
And then he's going to be back on the boat for another 4 days. And I say to him, good luck with that.
Lev can't wait to just be on dry land.
I know. Being on the
it
was
ocean so good.
Well, happy Father's Day.
I'm not the ocean dude.
Yeah, that's okay.
Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
You're bringing us the food. That's what it's all about, Lev. And you know what? absolutely beautiful day to be in Scituate or anywhere on the South Shore. North Shore, at least for the morning.
Yes, exactly. The sunrise looked absolutely beautiful, but Alyssa, we have some storms moving in for the afternoon.
Yeah, we certainly do, and so that's actually going to bring a risk for severe weather later on today. It's going to get started here in the next couple of hours. Right around lunchtime, we'll have this kind of first wave of afternoon storms, and the two main threats with that is going to be isolated damaging wind gusts and also some very heavy downpours that could bring us some street flooding. And as that continues on, that could really pose an issue for the evening commute. So right now what we're looking at is mostly dry conditions, but we're just now starting to see some isolated showers moving in here to central Massachusetts. That's going to turn into some thunderstorms here very quickly, and we're actually at that risk, the slight risk for severe weather. So we are included in that, and the main issue out of that is going to be the damaging wind here. So these next couple of hours, we're going to see more storms starting to populate, especially for central Massachusetts. And then right after lunchtime, this starts to get going here, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. this evening. That's when we're expecting our strongest storms to occur. And also noticing outside of this line here, there's going to be people who are experiencing dry weather at the same time, and in fact a lot of us, and even some sunshine. But that is what helps this severe storm environment really thrive. These storms are going to be feeding off of that warm air and warm energy here. And then along the actual cold front, we can see a second wave of those stronger storms picking back up. Now as we get into the day tomorrow, we dry things back out. Beautiful, beautiful weather heading into the weekend. And of course, we know this comes ahead of a lot of heat building into next week. So we're actually getting ready to wrap up the spring season, officially kicking off summer next week on Thursday. And along with that comes a potential for a heat wave. Temperatures into the 90s, and we'll stay there for a good stretch, a good 3 to 4 day stretch. And then not only that, but we are going to see our heat index values rising potentially into the triple digits into next week. So this kind of approaches those dangerous levels where you really want to be taking breaks from outside when you can, and check on your neighbors, and kind of the whole 9 yards. Whenever you get to temperatures in the 90s and it feels even hotter outside, you just want to take breaks. But for today, mid 80s, storms on the way, and that gets started in the next couple of hours.
All right, Alyssa, thanks. Earlier this week, Celtics fans had the chance to see the NBA Finals at the first ever TD Garden watch party.
And today they have a second chance as Game 4 gets underway in Dallas tonight. Joining us now with more on the excitement, Carson and Kennedy from Mix 104.1. And if you can find tickets to tonight's watch party, you should get comfortable with the idea of coming up with some cash, guys. But I just have to say, you guys look fantastic.
Yeah, seriously.
I just want to watch it with you wherever you are.
Come on now. Come on, look at this outfit. I mean, I got the green kicks, I got the Celtics shoes, the socks. Whew, a little tight, but we're ready.
It's a lot. So yeah, those watch party tickets right now are sold out, but if you go on like secondary sellers, they're selling for the lowest one I saw was $100. Most expensive one I saw was $1,500. So you do you. But they're going to have so much excitement inside the Garden tonight. They've got the dancers, and they've got Lucky, and they've got all sorts of things. So it would be an electric factory to be there tonight.
A long time for this kind of finals run from the Celtics, and you actually have a piece of history with you today. Can you share it with our viewers?
I can. So when they won the championship in 2008, I'm going to move a little closer so you can see. They did this for like clients, for friends and family. This is an etched bottle of champagne. You can see it says 2008 World Champions. From what I figured, they did about 500 of these. This is number 174, and they sent this to us as a gift. Right after,
he says.
Us.
Us. That's why he has it.
Us.
Sure.
Well, but I kept it. I was like, oh, I'll just pop it next year when the Celtics win, or the year after, because they're the Celtics and this is Boston and we win championships. And here we are 17 years later. And tonight, if they win, or a game, whenever they win it, when they win it, I am popping this bottle of what is probably really vinegar.
Yeah. Most likely.
Should be a lot of fun. Should be a lot of fun.
It'll still be worth it. Hopefully tonight is the night. Carson and Kennedy, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to the C's.
Thanks, ladies.
Hopefully we'll
keep those out.
Yeah,
Thanks,
exactly.
I feel like they'll be lucky.
Let's go Celtics! Let's go!
Look, I'm the only one too, like, not in green from today.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
You have an excuse, yeah.
Don't forget to tune in to Carson and Kennedy weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 a.m. Hopefully Carson's got an update on how that bottle tasted.
Hopefully he chills it first.
Yeah, that'll help. Coming up next, the Boston Fan Expo kicking off later today.
He's Batman. They join us live with what you can look forward to coming up next.
Whether you're an OG Star Wars fan, comic book enthusiast, or you just want to go see some celebrities, there's something for everyone at the Boston Fan Expo.
It's starting later today at the Heinz Convention Center, and joining us now is the Vice President of the Boston Fan Expo, Andrew Moyes. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, good morning. Thanks for having me.
What can people experience when they come to the Boston Fan Expo this weekend?
Well, Fan Expo Boston is a celebration of all things fandom. We all love something in fandom, whether it's comics, anime, gaming, horror, sci-fi, and it's all happening under one roof down at the Heinz Convention Center. So much for everyone to come and see and do.
And you have some pretty big names who are set to appear. Who are the celebrities that people will have a chance to meet?
We do have some big names, so it's great to have Rosario Dawson, of course, Star Wars fame with us. Charlie Cox is coming down, Vincent D'Onofrio, Chevy Chase is going to be there.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah, it's a real mix of new and old, sort of retro celebrities. You've got to head to fanexpoboston.com to see the full list.
I saw some pretty exciting names on there. That is going to be a lot of fun. And people can get autographs from them too, right?
Yeah, so you can get their autograph. You can also get a photo op with them too. So you can go in and have a professional photo op. And of course, everyone loves sort of sharing that on social media these days.
And it's great that you have somebody for everyone. Now we have Batman and Strawberry Shortcake in studio with us today. Just like them, there will be a lot of cosplay. How does that add to the experience for everyone?
Well, cosplay is a way that everyone celebrates their characters. And did you ever think you would see Strawberry Shortcake and Batman in the same place?
No, it's a dream come true, honestly.
Yeah, so this is what happens at Fan Expo. I mean, Strawberry Shortcake, of course, a legacy character, Batman, beloved, and what incredible costumes. I mean, these are movie quality costumes that we're seeing here.
They are.
I love them so much. And so who else is appearing over the weekend that you're excited about?
We have some really great comic creators as well, and lots of voice actors too, from some of people's favorite video games, and also that voice the anime characters that we know and love too. So really, that list is down at fanexpoboston.com. You've got to head there to find them all out.
Now, our producer told us a little secret. Did Strawberry Shortcake make that dress herself?
She did. Everything here has been made. So all the detail is extraordinary, even down to the little felted detail on the hat there and on the corset. So beautifully done. Lots of hours go into this.
Yeah, it's something that, by the way, you have to see in person. I feel like it probably doesn't even do it justice at home on the TV. I mean, really, when you talk about the movie quality costumes, what other characters, favorites people might see at the
Well,
expo?
we have the 501st that are with us, and they're like a Legion of Star Wars group that raise money for charity. So if you want to see a real-life stormtrooper, again, movie quality,
So
like
cool.
they've just walked off the set. So lots of photo opportunities down at the show.
What is the feeling like there this weekend when all these people who have sort of the same passion come together and they get to have this experience together?
Well, people wait all year for this. Really, it's about community. It's about finding that sense of belonging, sharing that passion, and celebrating. And often people come up to me and they say, I had no idea there would be something here for me. But people come to shop, they come to connect, and of course we have after-hours activities as well. So you can make a full weekend of it.
Now, Andrew, anyone at home who hasn't gotten tickets for this event, how can they do that?
fanexpoboston.com. You got to head to that website. You got to plan because there's so much to do. You need a bit of a structure to your day and to leave a bit of room for those surprise and delight moments as well.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Definitely check out the expo. We'll be back right after this. Be a clean sweep. The Celtics have the chance to do what only a few teams have ever done. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News Boston. I'm Jordan Jagalinzer. Boston now just one win away from bringing home banner 18, and with Game 4 just hours away now, the two big questions we're asking: can the Celtics sweep, and will Kristaps Porzingis play? KP listed as questionable with the leg injury that kept him out Game 3. He did take some shots at practice though yesterday. With or without the big man, the C's still have not lost a road game in the playoffs. WBZ's Dan Roach is in Dallas with more.
The Celtics keep saying it over and over again. They'll do whatever it takes to win, however long it takes to win. And if they get one more win on Friday night here in Game 4, they'll raise banner number 18. Now, if they do win Game 4, they'll finish with an 80-20 overall record between the regular season and playoffs. The only Celtics team to have a better record, the 1986 team. They were a combined 82-18. Jason Tatum was asked about possibly finishing with the second best record in franchise history.
I didn't know that. That would be really cool. But, you know, you guys probably would say we didn't play anybody to get here, so we just have to do it again next year.
Nice to see Jason Tatum staying loose before the biggest game of his life on Friday night. With the Celtics here in Dallas, I'm Dan Roach, WBZ Sports.
One Celtics fan from New Hampshire really invested in the team. He's been saving money for the past 2 years now just to be able to watch their championship run in person. So he made sure to take this week off of work. WBZ's David Wade caught up with him in Dallas.
William Kliskey is the definition of you only live once. YOLO, I think they call it. And people probably don't even say YOLO anymore.
No, definitely not.
Well, then it's whatever acronym applies to a Celtics fan who goes to NBA Finals games like he's running to the grocery store. He was there in 2022 when the Celtics lost to the Warriors.
Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors.
Walking out of the Garden that night, he made a pact with himself.
So the next time they made it, I was going to go to as many games as possible.
Let's go! So the FedEx driver bought a ticket to Game 2 in Boston, $1,100. Then Dallas was next.
And the ticket here actually cost half the price of the one I got in Boston.
He made it into our live newscast. William Kliske, who's from Manchester, New Hampshire, then went inside and watched the Celtics go up 3-0.
Oh, what a dunk!
He woke up and decided he wasn't leaving.
First thing I did was I checked the flight back home for Saturday to see what the price was. Got that changed, saw what the price was for the hotel for 2 more nights, and then I booked that and just waiting to see what tickets do.
He knows he'll find a ticket, one ticket, because he travels alone.
Just got tired of waiting for my friends to come and join me. I gotta make a tough decision if I stay for Game 4.
And he makes new friends in the crowd because, well, YOLO.
One of them actually gave me a ride back to my hotel yesterday in exchange for the giveaway t-shirt on the seats.
You're watching WBZ News.
We start with the next weather alert. We're already seeing showers and thunderstorms pop up on the radar. More action is expected throughout the day. Good afternoon. I'm Paula Eben. You can feel the humidity increasing. And WBZ meteorologist Alyssa Andrews joins us now with a look at the timing of today's storms. It's going to get busy out there, Alyssa.
Oh, certainly. And we're already seeing some storms popping up central and western Massachusetts right now. So there's a couple of different rounds. Today's been an interesting day. We're going to see showers and even some thunderstorms getting started early in the day, which we've talked about for the past few days here. The timing really for most of the heaviest impacts going to be between 2 and 10 p.m. because there's a couple of waves, scattered thunderstorms throughout the evening, and we could see damaging winds along with this, 60 to even 80 miles per hour on the wind gusts. Now, hail isn't as big of an issue with this system, but we are still going to be looking at some small hail with this as well, and then some localized street flooding. When you get those heavier pockets and the heavier downpours, that could be an issue as well. So let's take a closer look here. Not a ton of thunderstorm activity at the moment. So mostly what we're seeing is some heavier pockets of rain, and the storm activity is very limited at the moment. So this is expected to start to really pick up and intensify into the afternoon. And where we get the breaks in clouds on our satellite, that'll actually help to heat the ground level and give this storm an environment that it can really thrive in if we can start to heat from the ground. That warm air wants to rise and help get these storms cooking into the afternoon. So there's a couple of different threats really that we're going to be concerned with right now on our live radar here. You can see there's not a ton of storm activity, so we're not seeing much in the way of lightning at the moment, but there has been over the past hour or so. We're really starting to see this get going. So today we are in that next weather alert, and that is due to the heavy downpours we're expecting, and this can at times really affect the roadways and just how easy it is to navigate around. So some urban street flooding is going to be one of our primary concerns with this, and also the strong winds. And if we do get to the severe thunderstorms, really there's a couple of different ways we can reach that criteria. So one of the ways is getting winds of 60 miles per hour, which is probably the most likely with this system that we're seeing. And another way we can do is that we can see winds hail at least 1 inch in diameter, so that can also get us to severe criteria. As we look ahead to these next couple of hours, we're going to be expecting these storms to stick around. We have more on that and the timing in the full forecast here in just a little bit.
All right, we appreciate it, Alyssa. Stay there so we can come back to you in just hours. The Celtics may be champions. Tip-off for Game 4 of the NBA Finals is set for just before 8:30 tonight. One big question, will Kristaps Porzingis play? Right now, he is listed as questionable with that leg injury that kept him out of Game 3. Yesterday, he was out there on the practice court. The Celtics have yet to lose a road game in the playoffs, and so they're hoping to ride that streak to an NBA title tonight, as WBZ's Dan Roach tells us from Dallas.
The Celtics keep saying it over and over again. They'll do whatever it takes to win, however long it takes to win. And if they get one more win on Friday night here in Game 4, they'll raise banner number 18. Now, if they do win Game 4, they'll finish with an 80-20 overall record between the regular season and playoffs. The only Celtics team to have a better record, the 1986 team. They were a combined 82-18. Jason Tatum was asked about possibly finishing with the second best record in franchise history.
I didn't know that. That would be really cool. But, you know, you guys probably would say we didn't play anybody to get here, so we just have to do it again next year.
Nice to see Jason Tatum staying loose before the biggest game of his life on Friday night. With the Celtics here in Dallas, I'm Dan Roach, WBZ Sports.
One Celtics fan from New Hampshire is really invested in the team. For the past 2 years, he has been saving money for the chance to see the Greens championship run in person. WBZ's David Wade caught up with him in Dallas.
William Kliske is the definition of you only live once. YOLO, I think they call it.
And people probably don't even say YOLO anymore.
No, definitely not.
Well, then it's whatever acronym applies to a Celtics fan who goes to NBA Finals games like he's running to the grocery store. He was there in 2022 when the Celtics lost to the Warriors.
Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors.
Walking out of the Garden that night, he made a pact with himself.
So the next time they made it, I was going to go to as many games as possible.
Let's go! So the FedEx driver bought a ticket to Game 2 in Boston, $1,100. Then Dallas was next.
And the ticket here actually cost half the price of the one I got in Boston.
He made it into our live newscast. William Kliske, who's from Manchester, New Hampshire, then went inside and watched the Celtics go up 3-0.
Oh, what a dunk!
He woke up and decided he wasn't leaving.
First thing I did was I checked the flight back home for Saturday to see what the price was. Got that changed, saw what the price was for the hotel for 2 more nights. And then I booked that and just waiting to see what tickets do.
He knows he'll find a ticket, one ticket, because he travels alone.
Just got tired of waiting for my friends to come and join me. I got to make a tough decision if I stay for Game 4.
And he makes new friends in the crowd because, well, YOLO.
One of them actually gave me a ride back to my hotel yesterday in exchange for the giveaway T-shirt on the seats.
Okay, the Celtics have to win tonight because David tells us if there is a Game 5 on Monday, William can't go because he has to go to work. Well, the TD Garden is getting ready to host another sold-out watch party. Resale tickets on StubHub start at about $100. Doors open at 7:30 p.m. Patriots Place is also hosting a watch party, and this one's free. Head to the Dean College stage. There will be live music starting at 5 and special giveaways. The Red Sox are trying to make it easier for fans to watch the Celtics as well. They've moved up the start time for tonight's game against the Yankees to 6:30. This season, the average Major League Baseball game is 2 hours, 36 minutes. So hopefully they'll wrap it up in time for tip-off. Our team has got you covered in Dallas. They have all the action tonight. WBC Sports Director Steve Burton joins Dan Roach and David Wade in Texas for Game 4. Stay with us. We'll be right back. We have breaking news in the Karen Reed case. A juror has been dismissed today, and the judge ordered cameras in the courtroom turned off, at least for now. WBZ's Penny Kmitt is live outside the courthouse for us in Dedham to explain what happened here. So, Penny, it's interesting because this is the second juror that's been dismissed this week.
Yeah, Paula, it was a very strange start to the morning. So it started with 4 individual female jurors going up to the judge one by one to talk about what we don't know. But one of those jurors, when she went up to the judge, was caught on camera. So the judge immediately stopped all filming. We were only allowed to watch the trial from a webinar. So some of the video from this morning going to look pretty different than what we've seen in the past. This also caused a pretty significant delay. We didn't start testimony until about an hour and a half past the time that we were supposed to. And we started with digital forensics examiner Jessica Hyde. She was contacted, she says, by both the prosecution and the defense to review Google searches made by Jen McCabe after John O'Keefe died. Now remember, Jen testified earlier to searching how long to die in cold around 6:24 a.m. after she says Karen Reed asked her to. But data suggested that Jen made that same search much earlier, around 2:22 a.m., which is hours before John O'Keefe's body was even found. The digital forensics examiner testified that the 2:22 a.m. timestamp is actually not necessarily when the search was made. Rather, she says it could be the time the search tab was originally opened or moved or closed, and that she found no evidence that Jen searched how long to die in cold before 6:24 a.m.
It's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
When you say last search in the tab.
But of course, the defense is going to get their opportunity to cross-examine that witness. And that juror that I talked about from earlier, she was eventually dismissed. The judge just cited personal reasons, didn't give us any more of an explanation. In Dedham, I'm Penny Kmitt, WBZ News.
All right, Penny, thanks so much. Turning to next weather, this is that little Friday glitch we're going to have as we take a look at Boston. And Alyssa, we might be in for a stormy afternoon.
Yeah, that's right, because still there's plenty of places still with sunshine right now, but we are seeing some storms already moving through central Massachusetts. And right now, we're not seeing much in the way of storm activity, but still some showers in the area and at times some heavier downpours. There are a few lightning strikes out there at the noon hour, and we are under next weather alert, and that's for the strong to potentially severe storms moving through this afternoon and into the evening. The biggest risk, the biggest impacts that we're looking at for this is going to be some stronger winds and also some localized street flooding. So that could really affect the evening commute. It's 83 degrees right now in Boston, where it is currently dry here, winds at 15 miles per hour, but we are included in this severe storm risk. So again, the way we would most likely achieve that is getting some of the stronger winds to pick up within these storms here. All right, over the next couple of hours, you'll notice that this continues. The system pushes on eastward, and while some locations are going to be dry and others are getting those heavier downpours. So all of this rain moving through the afternoon to evening time frame is going to allow for some heavy localized flooding there in some spots with some of these heavier thunderstorms. And by about 10 p.m., we're still looking at some isolated storm activity. So it's going to be very scattered into the afternoon and evening. And we are still preparing ourselves to catch some stronger wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. And also the localized street flooding is going to be the two primary concerns with this system. Outside of that, once this passes through, we are going to be looking at a gorgeous weekend to celebrate the dad. Mid-70s with plenty of sunshine, especially for Sunday on Father's Day. Beautiful, beautiful weather, and the humidity takes a dive as well. Now into next week, and if we didn't have the storms today, this would really be the main event of the 7-day forecast, is the heat that's building on into Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and beyond. So we've got this hot, humid weather that is going to be bringing us not only temperatures in the 90s, but also looking at heat index values into the triple digits. So this is going to be especially of concern. You want to be paying attention to the forecast over the next week, because if you've got any outdoor chores to do, or if you work outdoors, this is the kind of weather where you want to be taking breaks outside in the heat and just really monitoring your time outside. It is going to be very humid and muggy as temperatures climb to the 90s. And if we stay there for at least a 3-day stretch, that'll qualify and put us into a heat wave. So very warm weather. And today too, temperatures already in the mid 80s for many. So it's another hot and humid day. We're already starting to feel that touch of humidity outside ahead of some of these storms. We're really getting fired off here. 85 degrees for the high temperature this weekend. Beautiful, perfect weather. And then we go to the heat into next week.
So glad it's a nice Father's Day for the dads out there. Alyssa, thanks. We'll take a quick break. Be right back. Breaking news from the Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court has overturned a ban on bump stocks. Those are devices that allow a semi-automatic rifle to fire rapidly like a machine gun. In a 6-3 decision, the court found that the Trump administration did not follow federal law when it classified these accessories as illegal machine guns. A bump stock was used in the 2017 mass shooting in Las Vegas, which killed 60 people. Right now, crews are demolishing the site of a mass shooting in Parkland, Florida. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School has been closed since February 2018, the day when a former student killed 17 people there. Demolition had to wait because, of course, the building was evidence in the shooter's trial. The gunman is now serving life in prison. Well, the long-awaited South Coast Rail project has been delayed for a third time now, but it's about to start testing. On Monday, test trains will run to 6 stations. The MBTA is now trying to launch the service in the spring of 2025. The South Coast Rail was supposed to debut this summer, but the MBTA GM says he had reviewed the project and determined it needed new leadership, so the opening has been delayed. When the line debuts, it will restore rail service between Boston and the South Coast for the first time in more than 70 years. Well, coming up, the summer weekend, you'll want to this summer set aside to do some shopping. We'll be right back. But you may want to put off some of your larger purchases until later on in the summer. The state legislature scheduled August 10th and 11th as this year's sales tax holiday. The state tax of about 6% will be dropped for most purchases under $2,500. So lawmakers hope the discount will give retailers a boost through the slower part of the summer and help families save on back to school shopping. And you can pick up a little something for yourself. Thanks for joining us. The news continues streaming on CBS News Boston. Watch those storms on the way. Have a good afternoon.
Certified through AXAR.
So there's a written exam and a practical portion of the test as well?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the practical portion? What does that mean?
The practical portion is you basically have to analyze the collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that specific crash, so where you can find the speed, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision.
And you successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification?
In 2019.
And how long is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a sort of continuing educational component attached to it?
There is a continuing educational component attached to it. The test is, it's certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain amount of education to reapply for ACTAR again.
And with respect to that ACTAR examination, are you familiar with sort of the success rate or the passing rate when it comes to that examination?
Correct.
And what is it?
It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 20-something of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed it at the time. Yeah, it's not a very high pass rate.
Now, over the course, let me ask you this. When you first sort of enter into the CARS units, are you just you go through the training and then you are on call and get sent out on the road by yourself, or how does that work?
No, you first get initially assigned to a field training officer, and then at that point you shadow the field training officer to various crashes.
And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for?
It's not really a set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And then they basically, well, if they feel like if you're deemed qualified, then they'll send you on the road on your own.
And over the course of your years within the CARS or the reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have you responded to and investigated?
As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I've probably assisted another 100, 150 crashes.
And of those, of all those crashes that you've responded to, investigated, if you know, percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So, I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect, if I could, turn your attention to January 29, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And at some point over the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regard to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Canton?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far as your involvement was concerned, what was your understanding as the initial request for your involvement in this?
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, do a little inspection, test the vehicle, and map the scene out.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say an airbag control module or an ATM, what is that, and what do you understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt pretensioners.
And what you were referencing before as far as being a CDR, having taken CDR trainings and being a CDR instructor, what, if any, relationship does the CDR have to ACM?
CDR is just a crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
Yes. There are two ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. The direct to module, we don't use the direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go right to the DLC port, which is the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Now, once that information is extracted, what, if any, training have you received in regard to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from?
Yes, I've been certified as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now.
Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022. On that date, where, if anywhere, did you go in relation to your investigation in this case?
I went to the Canton Police Department.
Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time that the crash occurred?
Before that, I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
To Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point in time on that date, did you also have occasion to go to a residence or a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
I did.
And specifically, there was a address that you were directed to, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton Police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific as to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time?
He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was.
Now, in addition to that, were you also able to, you familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called 13?
I am.
And at some point, did you have access to certain diagrams created by Lieutenant O'Hara within the certain unit?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 135 and 136. Actually, just review that a couple to finish. And I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson, I'm just showing you. You recognize those, sir?
I do.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish that briefly to the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could actually have Exhibit 136. If you recall, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 136?
I do.
And this is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant O'Hara from the 13th.
Yes, it was.
And what's contained, at least from this overhead shot, is that fair and accurate trail of the roadway or the conditions of the roadway, absent obviously the weather at the time that you went out there on February 1st.
Correct.
Gentlemen, you can take that down. Thank you. Forgive me, Your Honor, if I could just have 1 second.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to retrieve that from you and put two other photographs before you after they just look at those and come and finish.
Yep.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are pictures that were in my report. They're
And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as 583?
yes, it is.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just briefly direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you note as far as from this perspective.
Yeah, so this is the southbound. 34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Trooper, with regard to the roadway as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard to postings regarding the speed limit on that particular roadway?
Yes, the posting for a speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview Road is posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road will be on the left-hand side of the road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the width of the lanes, or what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to the lanes or the roadway itself?
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Now, as far as measurements being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to make those measurements, or what, if any, devices did you use?
Yes, I mapped the scene with it's called a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and I also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct?
Correct.
The drone, I mean?
Yes.
And with regard to each of those, as far as the GPS mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified to use the Leica, and I've also have a Part 107 license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you've termed it, map the scene.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors would use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data to make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device.
And with regard to the drone device, sir, how does that, can you explain to the jury sort of how that works and how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern to fly around the scene. And while it's flying this grid pattern, it takes a series of photographs. And these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in, we throw it into a program, and the program will essentially stitch us all together. And then once we get that picture, we throw it into a diagramming system.
And that diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the CARS unit, what is that diagramming system or software called?
It's IMS 360.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 4 documents. Ask you to just review those. Okay. Finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the diagrams that we print out through the program.
And the last one is the drone image. Is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last one is just one that was put into my diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Call multi-seat to introduce the witness to the next 4 exhibits.
No objection.
Okay.
Yes. That's my fault. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Now, Cooper Paul, are you familiar with the term, well, let me ask you this, in regard to the roadway itself, what, if anything else, beyond sort of lane width and overall width, what, if any, other measurements did you take there?
So we took measurements for the evidence.
Let me ask it this way, as far as with elevation or incline of the roadway, what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where in relation to the residents at 34 Fairview did you take that? Sort of the entire street or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements as far as, well, let me ask you this. How is a measurement regarded to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level, the digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get a measurement from that.
Now, with regard to the measurements that you took of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything, or what, if anything, of significance did you find from that?
So this roadway had approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training and experience as a crash reconstructionist, are you familiar with the term related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
Roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be vehicle or pedestrians.
So any sort of anything from either the vehicle or pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to both your review of the CERT team diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams that you that I just showed you a few moments ago?
Yes, I was.
Now, with reference to, you're familiar also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics, Newton's first law. Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the when an object stays in motion or stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now, with respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called final rest?
Yes, I am.
And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest versus uncontrolled final rest?
Correct.
And can you explain just first to the jury what final rest means in relation to crash reconstruction, and then what, if any, differences there are between a controlled final rest and an uncontrolled final rest?
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision. It's immediately after the collision. This is where they first stopped. Or a vehicle, usually after collision, is where this vehicle first stopped. And a controlled final rest is when an operator actually controls the vehicle to the stop, and as opposed to the uncontrolled final rest is when there is no control, usually acted upon by outside forces that will control the vehicle or pedestrian to its final rest.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish what's now been marked as Exhibits 584 through 587 for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first have a diagram, please. And Your Honor, may I approach this to return the exhibits to the witness? Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in just a little bit on that. And now, Trooper, what you have up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the first in that set of exhibits?
Yes, it is.
Now, using the latest report before you, if you could, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention or direction to what, if anything, of significance you have noted within this diagram one.
Okay. Want to use the pointer?
Yes.
Okay. So, in this time, I labeled each part of evidence. So right here would be the pedestrian's final rest, and they're all since there's so many put together, everything was labeled with a red arrow that would be point to where the final rest is. And this is where a glass cup was found. And these are the red and clear plastic pieces. That's where they were found. And the pedestrian shoe was found here. The smaller versions here in the light blue one's a fire hydrant, the flagpole. This is a label for the street 34, and obviously the street name Fairview Road here.
Now, as far as measurements were concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final rest in reference to other items that you have depicted on the diagram?
So we're talking about on these diagrams, it's hard to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put a roll up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but I think it's right here. They're called ground control points. They're little X's on the roadway. They are used for the drones imaging, and using the drone imagings will use those in order to help put all the pictures back together. At the time of this, I measured between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet. And 2 to 3 is 50 feet and 3 to 4 is 50 feet. So it kind of is a second way to measure off the diagram, and also using the program to measure to different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram, what was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I have in my thing, it's approximately 10 feet away.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report just for the specific measurements?
Yes.
Okay.
It's Trooper, with regard to the shoe, how far away approximately was that from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
9 feet.
And did you also have a measurement for how far away the glass cup pieces were from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yeah, 1 foot.
And for the red plastic you have labeled on this diagram as A, how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body was that?
7 feet.
Now, with regard to the directionality, you also measured sort of directionality as far as the 9 feet that the shoe was away. Which direction was it?
Each evidence was measured from the pedestrian's final rest. So the shoe was 9 feet southeast from the pedestrian's final rest.
And if you could, using the laser pointer on the screen, as far as the directionality of sport, if you could first direct the jury's attention to where Mr. O'Keefe's final rest is, and then as far as the directionality of southeast from that, where is it?
Okay. So right here, pedestrian's final rest, it's more right there. The shoe is right here, so it would be kind of southeast. I have an arrow pointing north to kind of give an extra.
And the glass cup that was 1 foot away, which direction was that?
It was about 1 foot north. I think it was found like right next to him. So.
And the red plastic that you have labeled as A, again, that was 7 feet. In which direction was that, sir?
That one was east, so it was right here.
And as far as the clear plastic, what was the measurement and what was the directionality for that item, sir?
10 feet southeast, so we're about over here.
And the red plastic that you have labeled on the diagram as B, how far was that and what directionality was that?
That was 12 feet southeast, and that was found right here.
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, diagram number 2, Ms. Tillman, if I could have that, please. And sir, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this particular diagram in reference to the roadway evidence?
It's just essentially the same diagram. It's just
closer up version of it. So you had, yeah. So you saw the pedestrians found reds, glass cup, plastic pieces, the shoe. It's all still depicted in the diagram.
And the red arrows that you had indicated, delineated, or depicted sort of from where the words are to where the items were, is that present in this diagram as well?
Correct.
If I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, and if I could have diagram 3, Ms. Gilbert. And again, Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And if you could just describe to the jury, what are we looking at in this diagram?
Yeah, so this is just a closer up to the evidence. It's a little smaller scale.
And these diagrams are created from photographs that you took with the drone overhead on that date, February 1st, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the last exhibit within those, and again, sir, if you could, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And could you describe to the jury, again, using the laser pointer to delineate what, if anything, is significant you observed in this drone photograph and diagram you have on the screen?
Yeah, so this is from my report. It's the same diagram. Has the same amount of evidence on here. There's a house, there's a light pole here. These lines here, which I mentioned earlier, were the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you can take that down.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we pause here for the luncheon recess? Trooper Paul will have you back with us this afternoon, okay?
Thank you.
And if you follow the jurors out, please.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
And jurors, why don't we take 45 minutes?
You are muted.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
All right, so the Karen Reed trial is adjourned for the lunch break right now, but we want to bring you a next weather alert this afternoon. We have strong showers and thunderstorms on our way in our area as we look toward the city right now. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Paula Eben. The storm could pop up throughout the day, so let's get right to WBZ meteorologist Alyssa Andrews for the latest on the timing of these storms. Alyssa?
Hey, Paul, that's exactly right. These scattered storms will be here present with us throughout the afternoon and well into the evening hours, it looks like. Right now, we're actually seeing more increased storm activity, so a higher lightning count. If we take a closer look here, this line has been kind of organizing over the last hour plus and bringing us some heavy pockets of downpours here and really some heavier rain right near the Worcester area and just east of Worcester. So more lightning moving through, and this is kind of the first round of storms that we're seeing so far of the day because we started off with plenty of sun here, and now we're seeing more cloudy skies in the Boston area, and this is just heating everything up. We're getting ready for an environment set with humidity, high temperatures in the mid-80s right now. We've got winds at 13 miles per hour, but we're seeing some winds along that embedded line of thunderstorms right around 30 to 40 miles per hour. So some decent winds right now, but nothing has reached severe criteria quite yet. Mid-80s already right now. Bedford at 78 degrees. Worcester now cooled down to 68. 85 right now in Norwood. So we're going to see these temperatures start to drop here a little bit once these storms move through and cool the air down a bit. But we are into that next weather alert, and that's going to be for today's thunderstorms that are going to continue to move through over the next couple of hours. We've got more on that in our forecast ahead, Paul.
All right, Alyssa, thanks. Big night for the Boston Celtics and everyone rooting for them. Here is a fresh symptom of Celtics fever. An MBTA bus, the number 9 in Copley, with the words "Go Celtics" on it today. And tip-off for Game 4 in the NBA Finals is set for just before 8:30 tonight. We don't know yet whether Kristaps Porzingis will be able to play. The Celtics had a shoot-around this afternoon, but yesterday they practiced, and Porzingis was out there despite the leg injury that kept him out of Game 3. So the Celtics have yet to lose a road game in these playoffs. They are hoping to ride that streak right to another NBA title tonight.
No mercy. Just got to keep our foot on the gas. I think everyone's very selfless and willing to sacrifice, and I think that's been a common theme for all of us throughout this year. You know, we have a lot of guys who have had success in this league, individually, but some guys haven't had it as a team yet. And with all the talent we have, you're going to have to sacrifice a little bit, and I think everybody from 1 to 17 has done that to a high level, and it's going to be no different than tonight. It's really cool. You know, when you have a group of guys who truly have one goal in mind and everybody's on the same path together, it's pretty special, and I think we showed that throughout the year, and you know, tonight's a chance to, you know, to reach that goal, so we're excited.
What would it mean to lead this team to a championship if you're going to get that tonight?
I mean, it would mean everything in the world to me to win Game 4 and do it with, you know, the process of execution, details, focus, mindset, toughness.
The TD Garden is getting ready to host another sold-out watch party. Resale tickets on StubHub right now start at about $100. Doors open at 7:30. Patriots Place is also hosting a watch party, and this one is free. You can head to the Dean College stage. There will be live music starting at 5 o'clock and special giveaways. Boston sports fans are dedicated and confident in the Celtics, as WBZ's Christina Hager shows us.
I'm covered head to toe Celtics all day.
Game 3 has pumped a certain air of confidence outside the Garden.
Tomorrow we're going to take it, hopefully. If not, we're coming back home.
But some fans know all too well
Celtics 2022 world champions.
Things can change. Jack Bienvenu has been sporting this not-so-accurate tattoo for a couple years now.
Oh, no.
Even though it missed the mark. This was the moment he committed to the Celtics 2022 world champions that never were. This was before the Golden State Warriors rode off with that particular title. Any regrets?
No. I mean, when I go to the beach, yeah, maybe sometime.
Back then, we first met Jack sharing his prediction with us.
This was a team of destiny. It wasn't destiny, I guess. But
You were sure?
I was sure. Let it fly.
Now, his college buddies will never let him live it down.
The morning after I woke up, first thing I see is a picture of me with the tattoo and the crying Jordan face edited on me. You know, it's been a memory, good or bad, you know, that I have for the rest of my life and that I can share with my kids someday, but maybe get a little asterisk, put a 4, and kind of, you know, put some more Celtics stuff around it, more Celtics-related tattoos.
This time, Jack says he has promised Celtics Nation not to change his tattoo until the final score is in. Imagine the scene out here. Yeah, I think we can envision it. At the Garden, Christina Hager, WBZ News.
Our team is in Dallas covering all the action for you tonight. WBZ Sports Director Steve Burton joins Dan Roach and David Wade in Texas for Game 4. A mess in Malden caused delays during the morning commute today. A tractor trailer caught fire near Medford and Pearl Streets. Emergency crews say the flatbed was carrying foam insulation, and you can see the charred debris there left behind. No word, though, on any injuries. Some concrete fell from the 290 overpass in Worcester on Lincoln Street. Look at that. Sky Eye was over the bridge between North Parkway and Melrose Street. MassDOT says a thin piece of concrete fell from the underside of the bridge. So police tell us there were no injuries reported, but southbound traffic is being detoured now down North Service Road while maintenance and inspection crews access the bridge. Boston police are investigating a late-night stabbing on the Common. 4 people tell police that just before midnight from Park Street to Tremont Street, they saw a possible road rage incident between 2 groups. They say they tried to intervene, but one of the groups attacked them. And one of the victims suffered a superficial stab wound to the abdomen. Another was stabbed in the hand. All 4 should recover, but so far no arrests. The town of Norfolk says the temporary emergency shelter for migrant families at the Bay State Correctional Center has been delayed. Officials tell us the center is now scheduled to open during the last week of this month. The state initially told the town that shelter would be opened in mid-June. The Karen Reed murder trial took an interesting turn this morning when one juror was dismissed. Now, 4 female jurors took turns speaking to the judge before testimony began today. One of the jurors apparently had accidentally walked into a camera shot, and the judge ordered cameras in the courtroom turned off, at least for now. So we were allowed to record the Zoom proceedings. Testimony started about an hour and a half late with a digital forensic examiner who says she was contacted by both the prosecution and the defense to review Google searches made by Jen McCabe after John O'Keefe died. Now, if you remember from early weeks of testimony, McCabe testified that she had searched the phrase, "How long to die in cold?" That was around 6:24 a.m. She says the defendant asked her to Google that. The defense says its data shows that McCabe actually made that search 4 hours earlier. Well, today the analyst explained the discrepancy in timing.
Saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So she was followed by a crash reconstruction expert from the state police. When the testimony resumes, you can continue streaming the Karen Read trial right here on CBS News Boston. Another blow for the MBTA in its effort to get that South Coast Rail project up and running. T officials announced last night that the commuter rail service to Fall River and New Bedford will not begin until spring of 2025. The T says the GM decided there needed to be a change in project management. However, officials say they are on track to begin running test trains this coming Monday. The project was initially scheduled for the end of 2023. The family of Pete Frates is marking 10 years since the start of the iconic Ice Bucket Challenge. Frates helped launch this viral challenge in 2014, 2 years after he was diagnosed with ALS. That effort has raised over $200 million for ALS research. Frates died in 2019 at the age of 34. His family and Boston Bruins legend Ray Bourque were among those continuing Pete's push to find a cure.
When Pete was diagnosed, we didn't even know where the tunnel was to a cure. Today, we're not only in the tunnel, we can see the cure. We just need people to stick with us.
When he was diagnosed, he asked the doctor, what is it going to take? She said, money. He said, how much? She said, $1 billion. And he looked at her and says, I'm on it.
Well, the Bourque Family Foundation is dedicating its September Captain's Ball to Pete's mission. Their partnership will be highlighted in a new issue of Boston Man magazine. A special ceremony honoring a fallen Marine in Taunton today. The East Taunton Elementary School was rededicated in honor of Lance Corporal Raymond R. LaPointe. LaPointe was killed in action in Vietnam back in 1967 when he was 19 years old. Well, during this Pride Month, an Irish bar in Boston is catching some flack for a flag raising. It flew the pride flag in support of another bar that is about to open up next door. But as WBC's Laura Hafley reports, the business is getting a slew of negative reviews online.
Popular Irish pub A.T. O'Keefe's posted this video to social media. Employees raising the pride flag, honoring the LGBTQ community and the city's parade.
It was about getting in the spirit of the weekend and, throwing a great party.
The bar hosted an event on behalf of their neighbors, Danny's Queer Bar, a lesbian-owned business new to Boston. But the video frustrated some. Upset, the pride flag was raised in place of the American flag. Negative social media response prompting a second post. Danny's writing in part, A.T. O'Keefe's graciously hosted our pride parties in their space. Unfortunately, they have since been targeted by homophobes, leaving fake negative reviews.
There are so many LGBT people that served for our country.
Sharina Pimentel is Danny's assistant GM.
In no way, shape, or form was that ever meant to be a disrespect. It was to say that we are welcome.
The businesses claiming these one-star reviews and negative posts that have since been deleted flooded in after the video went up for a party only thrown by O'Keefe's because inspection and permit delays are pushing Danny's opening day.
We've been fighting tooth or nail to get our doors open. It sucked that they got negative feedback from something that was with good intentions.
Despite the social media controversy, A.T. O'Keefe's says it was the most profitable day in the history of the bar.
At the end of the day, America is all about freedom of expression, and that's kind of like what this week and what this month and what the country is ultimately all about, and that flag symbolizes.
Danny's queer bar set to open soon, contributing to the resurgence of lesbian-owned bars in the U.S., where only a handful still exist.
There are a lot of spaces that even though it is a gay bar, it isn't as welcoming and open to the entire community. This is a safe space and all are welcome. Continued love and support is our reminder when things get hard that we're doing it for all the right reasons.
In Boston, Laura Hafley, WBZ News.
Coming up, after the break on CBS News Boston, lifeguard shortages are back. Now one community is resorting to a swim at your own risk warning. And the Red Sox, being a team player for all Boston sports fans, why they're moving the start of tonight's game. Well, let's talk about next weather because we've had such a nice stretch, Alyssa. And as we look toward Boston, we're going to have a pop-up of thunderstorms and rainstorms this afternoon before a glorious weekend.
Yeah, that's right. And we're already starting to see some of those storms firing off here for central Massachusetts, now into Worcester, and even a heavier downpour there earlier. So here's the line. Over the past couple of hours, it's already pushing on through. And so the first part of our day, seeing this first round of storms, it could make it interesting for later on because it could limit in some ways a severe environment for later on in the day. But in other ways, whenever we have the sunshine, it can also help that storm environment to thrive. So what we're seeing right now on radar is pretty heavy downpours, a lot of lightning, much more lightning over the past hour or so. And to the south here, some of these winds have been gusting 40, 45 miles per hour. So that's what we're looking at for today to put us in the next weather alert for these afternoon and evening downpours. Some localized street flooding certainly possible with this, and that's going to be one of the primary concerns here, along with the gusty wind. So isolated damaging wind and even some signs of small hail popping up as well. So what we're seeing now is cloudier skies taking over of what has been, at least so far, started off as a sunnier day. Temperatures in the mid-80s and 13 miles an hour on the wind speeds, but of course gusting higher with those storms embedded in that line moving through right now. And we are included in this severe storm risk for today. So that's going to be due to these thunderstorms that could potentially reach severe levels and get us to those winds 60+ miles per hour. So these next couple of hours, we're going to continue to watch these thunderstorms as they pass through and push on eastward. Scattered thunderstorms this afternoon and through the evening. And it doesn't really wind down that much until we get well past sunset. We start to see it backing off a little bit, but even so, the scattered storms into the evening hours could be present as well. So the timing on this, of course, right now, ongoing storms, and then through the evening through 10 p.m. I think is when the stronger storms look like they could take place. After we get through that, we are going to be looking at clear and dry weather into the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. Beautiful to celebrate the dads in your life. As we get into next week and we're prepared to wrap up the spring season and get started with summer on Thursday officially, very hot weather is going to be building into the days. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, on into Friday even, looking to be where we could get a good stretch of 90+ degree temperature days. And on top of that, if we can string together 3 of them, that'll put us in a heat wave into next week. And also the heat index values are going to be soaring and even getting close to the triple digits. And so this is the kind of weather you want to be checking in on people and taking breaks from outdoor activities and chores and work and just kind of hydrating yourself and making sure you're taking breaks from the sun when you need to. 68 degrees in Worcester right now, 75 in Bedford, 85 in Boston. So we already heated up and made it to those high temperatures in the mid 80s. These dew point numbers are actually going to start to drop as we get closer to Sunday. So a nice day full of, well, the humidity starts to lower for Sunday. And so a really great weather day coming up to wrap the weekend up with. And then next week, we're going to be looking at that string of 90+ degree days. And we get started officially with the summer season. It's on the 7-day forecast on Thursday. Paula.
All right, Alyssa, thank you. Well, the Westboro Recreation Department is getting ready for another busy summer at Lake Chauncey, but they're still struggling to find lifeguards. Officials say so far they haven't received enough applicants to fully staff the beach. So if you plan on swimming at Lake Chauncey, it will be at your own risk. The beach will also be limited to town hall hours. However, free swim lessons will be offered through an outside vendor for those interested. If you'd like to save some money, mark your calendars. This year's sales tax holiday is set for the second weekend of August. The state legislature voted yesterday to designate August 10th and 11th as special shopping days, when the roughly 6% sales tax will be dropped for most purchases under $2,500. Of course, the hope is to help retailers through a slow month while helping families save on back-to-school shopping. A Greater Boston starts with teamwork and staying active, and that's exactly what the students at the Murphy School in Dorchester did. Yesterday was their annual field day, and it was filled with fun. Kids K through 8th grade participated in a sack race, ran laps around the field, even kicked soccer balls thanks to the New England Revolution. And the WBZ Weekend Morning Team volunteered, reminding students to focus on their physical and mental health.
Just get some good old-fashioned fun. Students can think about how to keep moving their bodies, what to do for their own mental health in order to do better in school.
Make sure to stay safe and stay healthy, the Murphy way.
And a great reminder for all students as they close out this school year. A lasting tribute to the city of champions, Brockton, for one of its biggest heroes. Yesterday, Brockton unveiled a statue in honor of marvelous Marvin Hagler. The boxer held the world middleweight title for 7 years during the 1980s. This bronze statue sits at a newly dedicated park and street named for Marvin Hagler. The Boston Red Sox are welcoming the New York Yankees to town on a winning streak. Last night, they took their second straight against the Philadelphia Phillies, one of the best teams in baseball in the league. Tyler O'Neill helped power the offense with a 3-run blast in the bottom of the fourth, so Red Sox win it 9-3. And tonight's game against the Yankees is going to start earlier than planned. It is now first pitch at 6:30, and the Sox move the game up to help fans who want to go see the Celtics in Game 4. Still out on CBS News Boston, the weekend is here. We've got some ideas for you in the to-do list. Well, whether you're getting ready to celebrate Father's Day or continuing to celebrate Pride Month, plenty to do this weekend in our area, and the weather's going to be beautiful. Here's WBZ's Jordan Jagalinzer with this week's to-do list.
It's Father's Day weekend. Make your dad's day with a special barbecue happening in Northborough.
Grab the whole family and celebrate the special father figure in your life with berries, burgers, and beer at Tuga's Family Farm. The farm grill and beer and cider garden will open for Father's Day weekend both Saturday and Sunday. Strawberry picking also in full swing. The farm opens at 8 a.m. It's the nation's longest running Flag Day parade Saturday in Quincy. The 73rd annual celebration kicks off with a parade at 7 p.m. followed by a flag raising ceremony and fireworks over Blacks Creek. Featuring live bands, special floats, classic cars, and more, it's a night you won't want to miss. Celebrate Pride Month in the city while helping the environment by riding around town in one of 100 new rainbow-themed blue bikes in Greater Boston. For every ride taken on a Pride bike, Blue Cross Blue Shield will donate $1 to Fenway Health in support of LGBTQIA+ healthcare. The Proud Bikes will be across Boston, Somerville, Everett, and beyond through June 30th.
For more on these events and other news, head to our website, WBZ.com. I'm Jordan Jagalinzer, and that's this week's to-do list.
So happening right now in next weather, we have heavy downpours incoming to the Boston area. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Middlesex, Suffolk, Norfolk, Essex, Plymouth, and Worcester County until 2:15. Let's get right to Alyssa Andrews, who has the very latest. This could involve lightning and hail, Alyssa?
Yeah, that's right. You know, this storm system that we've been tracking for you all morning, and the lightning just started to really pick up and intensify. So what just happened is now the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for these storms that we're watching here right now. So it looks like winds could be gusting up to 60 miles per hour. And at times, in our last check-in just a few minutes ago, they were right around 40 to 45. So This severe thunderstorm warning is issued until 2:15 p.m. And as we know from the history of the storm and the timing, we could expect this to pulse back up. So 2:15 p.m. is until this is issued for. The storm is moving east at 35 miles per hour. And over the next couple of hours, we are expecting these storms to stick with us. So what we're looking at is still this line of stronger thunderstorms and some heavier downpours that could definitely affect the evening commute, as we see some localized flooding possible with this and also small hail associated with this storm system.
We will stay on it. We can hear the rain on our roof here at WBZ on Soldiers Field Road. So this, we know, is going to be up until 2:15. We will stay on it and be bringing you updates. And here's another look outside past the top of the Prue, and you can see those ominous looking clouds that are bringing this heavy rain. And Alyssa, you know, a lot of counties involved here. You know, sort of on a scale of 1 to 10, how, you know, severe do you think this is going to be at this point?
Well, you know, right now, so there is that storm warning that has been issued, and it does look like when we were kind of looking at the velocity on radar, it looks like winds close to 60 miles per hour. My last check-in, I saw winds right around 45. So what's happening here is the National Weather Service thinks that this storm system does meet the severe criteria, and we've got these heavy downpours, a lot of lightning associated with this, and we're just now hearing it too at the station. Just stepped outside to take a look at this, and we do have the cloudier skies now, overcast. We're hearing the rain falling here at the studio. So this storm is issued until 2:15 p.m. and it's moving eastward at about 35 miles per hour. So radar indicated, and the counties included here: Essex, Middlesex County, Norfolk County, and also Suffolk County into this storm system. So what we're looking at here the past couple of hours, we've seen this line of thunderstorms starting to intensify a bit here, and we've seen higher lightning counts, and it become a bit more organized as the last couple of hours have progressed. And so we're going to keep an eye on this. This is why we issued the next weather alert, and we've had that warning out for you all day today, so just to keep you updated. And especially concerned here, the two main threats with this system is going to be the stronger winds. So winds gusting around 60 plus miles per hour is going to be a concern. And also to get those heavier downpours, what happens is you get a lot of rain in a short amount of time, and that could certainly affect the evening commute and rush hour traffic, everyone piling in to support the Celtics and go celebrate downtown and watch the game. So there's a lot going on. You're definitely going to want to grab the rain gear if you are heading out this afternoon or into the evening, because we're expecting these storms to continue and to be kind of scattered on and off. And also there is some signs that we're seeing some small hail associated in parts of this storm, little pockets that are giving it a bit heavier, and we get a lot of lightning here with this right now. So we've got a little bit of time here, about 45 minutes that the storm is going to continue on and is warned for severe storm. So what we're looking at is behind this storm, still some cloudier skies, and this can just repulse and uptick once again. Now, originally it kind of looked like there was going to be a second along the cold front. We could get another re-energized storm system in line moving through. And right now, what we're looking at is this storm warning, severe warned, and looks like wind speeds close to 60 miles per hour. They could be stronger at times, but these heavy downpours certainly going to be cause for concern for localized street flooding and cause some issues on the roadways. So over the next couple of hours, we're going to continue to monitor this. This is why we are in that next weather alert throughout the day and into the evening hours. Wind damage certainly possible with this. Some localized flooding is going to be that other primary concern. The other two threats are going to be on the lower end, but we have seen signs of small hail as well with this system. Outside right now, cloudier skies, temperatures in the mid 80s, so we're still seeing some signs of the heavier downpours beginning here. Winds right around 15 miles per hour outside of the storm systems. And we're also included in that severe weather threat for today. So on that level 2 out of 5, a slight risk. So it's on the lower end, but we're already seeing that materializing with some of these stronger storms being warned for a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So that again lasts until 2:15 p.m. Let's time out the rest of this and look what happens here over the next couple of hours as our temperatures in the mid 80s start to drop back a little bit, where we do have the rain cooled air. 4 o'clock, still looking at some scattered storm activity, certainly possible to stick with us. So these next few hours and into the evening, it could re-energize once again to get some of these spottier showers and storms and the heavy downpours included in that. And right now we're seeing a lot of lightning with this storm system that is warned. It does have a severe warning along with it. Upcoming this weekend, temperatures go into the mid-70s with plenty of sunshine, so we do dry out and clear up pretty quickly. And the humidity that we're feeling outside right now, just stepped outside. The humidity with this is definitely, we're starting to really feel it here. And that's going to start to drop off for the weekend, but we only get a quick break from it because it'll come right back as we start to build on the humidity into next week. And also the very warm temperatures will go to highs in the 90s into next week, and that could be there for a good few days stretch. So if we string together at least 3 days, that'll put us into a heat wave as early as Tuesday, and we're looking for this hot and hazy, humid weather to stick with us for well into the start of the summer season. We start the summer solstice is about 4:50 p.m. this coming Thursday, so we start off summer on a very warm note with temperatures in the 90s. And not only will our air temperatures be in the 90s, but we're also expecting the humidity to really increase, our heat index values heading into the triple digits even. So the kind of weather that you definitely want to keep checking in on your neighbors and make sure everyone is staying safe. Take breaks if you got to be outside for extended periods of time or working. But right now we are still tracking those severe storms around the Boston area.
All right, Alyssa, thanks so much. And as we look outside, there you go. There's the story. This is blowing through right now. So we will stay on and have updates for you throughout the afternoon and the latest at 5 o'clock. Thank you for streaming CBS News Boston. I'm Paula Eben. Today's top stories and your weather are straight ahead. Big night for the Boston Celtics and everyone rooting for them. And here's a fresh symptom of Celtics fever. This is an NBA bus, the number 9 Copley with the words "Go Celtics" today. Tip-off for Game 4 in the NBA Finals is set for just before 8:30. We don't know whether Kristaps Porzingis will be able to play as of yet. The Celtics had a shoot-around this afternoon. Yesterday they practiced, and Porzingis was out there despite the leg injury that kept him out of Game 3. The Celtics have yet to lose a road game in these playoffs, and they're hoping to ride that streak right to another NBA title tonight. The TD Garden is getting ready to host another sold-out watch party. Resale tickets on StubHub right now start at about $100. Doors open at 7:30. Patriots Place is also hosting a watch party, and this one is free. You can head to the Dean College stage. There will be live music starting at 5 o'clock and special giveaways. Boston sports fans are dedicated and confident in these Celtics, as WBZ's Christina Hager shows us.
I'm covered head to toe, Celtics all day.
Game 3 has pumped a certain air of confidence outside the Garden.
Tomorrow we're going to take it, hopefully. If not, we're coming back home.
But some fans know all too well
Celtics 2022 world champions.
things can change. Jack Bienvenu has been sporting this not-so-accurate tattoo for a couple years now.
Oh, no.
Even though it missed the mark. This was the moment he committed to the Celtics 2022 world champions that never were. This was before the Golden State Warriors rode off with that particular title. Any regrets?
No. I mean, when I go to the beach, yeah, maybe sometime.
Back then, we first met Jack sharing his prediction with us.
This was a team of destiny. It wasn't destiny, I guess. But
You were sure?
I was sure. Let it fly.
Now, his college buddies will never let him live it down.
The morning after I woke up, first thing I see is a picture of me with the tattoo and the crying Jordan face edited on me. You know, it's been a memory, good or bad, you know, that I have for the rest of my life and that I can share with my kids someday, but maybe get a little asterisk, put a 4, and kind of, you know, put some more Celtics stuff around it, more Celtics-related tattoos.
This time, Jack says he has promised Celtics Nation not to change his tattoo until the final score is in. Imagine the scene out here. Yeah, I think we can envision it. At the Garden, Christina Hager, WBZ News.
Our team is in Dallas covering all the action for you tonight. WBZ Sports Director Steve Burton joins Dan Roach and David Wade in Texas for Game 4. A mess in Malden caused delays during the morning commute today. A tractor trailer caught fire near Medford and Pearl Streets. Emergency crews say the flatbed was carrying foam insulation, and you can see the charred debris there left behind. No word, though, on any injuries. Some concrete fell from the 290 overpass in Worcester on Lincoln Street. Look at that. Sky Eye was over the bridge between North Parkway and Melrose Street. MassDOT says a thin piece of concrete fell from the underside of the bridge. So police tell us there were no injuries reported, but southbound traffic is being detoured now down North Service Road while maintenance and inspection crews access the bridge. Boston police are investigating a late-night stabbing on the Common. 4 people tell police that just before midnight from Park Street to Tremont Street, they saw a possible road rage incident between 2 groups. They say they tried to intervene, but one of the groups attacked them. And one of the victims suffered a superficial stab wound to the abdomen. Another was stabbed in the hand. All 4 should recover, but so far no arrests. The town of Norfolk says the temporary emergency shelter for migrant families at the Bay State Correctional Center has been delayed. Officials tell us the center is now scheduled to open during the last week of this month. The state initially told the town that shelter would be opened in mid-June. The Karen Reed murder trial took an interesting turn this morning when one juror was dismissed. Now, 4 female jurors took turns speaking to the judge before testimony began today. One of the jurors apparently had accidentally walked into a camera shot, and the judge ordered cameras in the courtroom turned off, at least for now. So we were allowed to record the Zoom proceedings. Testimony started about an hour and a half late with a digital forensic examiner who says she was contacted by both the prosecution and the defense to review Google searches made by Jen McCabe after John O'Keefe died. Now, if you remember from early weeks of testimony, McCabe testified that she had searched the phrase, "How long to die in cold?" That was around 6:24 a.m. She says the defendant asked her to Google that. The defense says its data shows that McCabe actually made that search 4 hours earlier. Well, today the analyst explained the discrepancy in timing.
Saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right. Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So she was followed by a crash reconstruction expert from the state police. When the testimony resumes, you can continue streaming the Karen Read trial right here on CBS News Boston. Another blow for the MBTA in its effort to get that South Coast Rail project up and running. T officials announced last night that the commuter rail service to Fall River and New Bedford will not begin until spring of 2025. The T says the GM decided there needed to be a change in project management. However, officials say they are on track to begin running test trains this coming Monday. The project was initially scheduled for the end of 2023. The family of Pete Frates is marking 10 years since the start of the iconic Ice Bucket Challenge. Frates helped launch this viral challenge in 2014, 2 years after he was diagnosed with ALS. That effort has raised over $200 million for ALS research. Frates died in 2019 at the age of 34. His family and Boston Bruins legend Ray Bourque were among those continuing Pete's push to find a cure.
When Pete was diagnosed, we didn't even know where the tunnel was to a cure. Today, we're not only in the tunnel, we can see the cure. We just need people to stick with us.
When he was diagnosed, he asked the doctor, what is it going to take? She said, money. He said, how much? She said, $1 billion. And he looked at her and says, I'm on it.
Well, the Bourque Family Foundation is dedicating its September Captain's Ball to Pete's mission. Their partnership will be highlighted in a new issue of Boston Man magazine. A special ceremony honoring a fallen Marine in Taunton today. The East Taunton Elementary School was rededicated in honor of Lance Corporal Raymond R. LaPointe. LaPointe was killed in action in Vietnam back in 1967 when he was 19 years old. Well, during this Pride Month, an Irish bar in Boston is catching some flack for a flag raising. It flew the pride flag in support of another bar that is about to open up next door. But as WBZ's Laura Hafley reports, the business is getting a slew of negative reviews online.
Popular Irish pub A.T. O'Keefe's posted this video to social media. Employees raising the pride flag, honoring the LGBTQ community and the city's parade.
It was about getting in the spirit of the weekend and, throwing a great party.
The bar hosted an event on behalf of their neighbors, Danny's Queer Bar, a lesbian-owned business new to Boston. But the video frustrated some. Upset, the pride flag was raised in place of the American flag. Negative social media response prompting a second post. Danny's writing in part, A.T. O'Keefe's graciously hosted our pride parties in their space. Unfortunately, they have since been targeted by homophobes, leaving fake negative reviews.
There are so many LGBT people that served for our country.
Sharina Pimentel is Danny's assistant GM.
In no way, shape, or form was that ever meant to be a disrespect. It was to say that we are welcome.
The businesses claiming these one-star reviews and negative posts that have since been deleted flooded in after the video went up for a party only thrown by O'Keefe's because inspection and permit delays are pushing Danny's opening day.
We've been fighting tooth or nail to get our doors open. It sucked that they got negative feedback from something that was with good intentions.
Despite the social media controversy, A.T. O'Keefe's says it was the most profitable day in the history of the bar.
At the end of the day, America is all about freedom of expression, and that's kind of like what this week and what this month and what the country is ultimately all about, and that flag symbolizes.
Danny's Queer Bar set to open soon, contributing to the resurgence of lesbian-owned bars in the U.S., where only a handful still exist.
There are a lot of spaces that even though it is a gay bar, it isn't as welcoming and open to the entire community. This is a safe space and all are welcome. Continued love and support is our reminder when things get hard that we're doing it for all the right reasons.
In Boston, Laura Hafley, WBZ News.
Coming up, after the break on CBS News Boston, lifeguard shortages are back. Now one community is resorting to a swim at your own risk warning. And the Red Sox, being a team player for all Boston sports fans, why they're moving the start of tonight's game. Well, the Westboro Recreation Department is getting ready for another busy summer at Lake Chauncey, but they're still struggling to find lifeguards. Officials say so far they haven't received enough applicants to fully staff the beach. So if you plan on swimming at Lake Chauncey, it will be at your own risk. The beach will also be limited to town hall hours. However, free swim lessons will be offered through an outside vendor for those interested. If you'd like to save some money, mark your calendars. This year's sales tax holiday is set for the second weekend of August. The state legislature voted yesterday to designate August 10th and 11th as special shopping days, when the roughly 6% sales tax will be dropped for most purchases under $2,500. Of course, the hope is to help retailers through a slow month while helping families save on back-to-school shopping. A Greater Boston starts with teamwork and staying active, and that's exactly what the students at the Murphy School in Dorchester did. Yesterday was their annual field day, and it was filled with fun. Kids K through 8th grade participated in a sack race, ran laps around the field, even kicked soccer balls thanks to the New England Revolution. And the WBZ Weekend Morning Team volunteered, reminding students to focus on their physical and mental health.
Just get some good old-fashioned fun. Students can think about how to keep moving their bodies, what to do for their own mental health in order to do better in school.
Make sure to stay safe and stay healthy the Murphy way.
And a great reminder for all students as they close out this school year. A lasting tribute to the city of champions, Brockton, for one of its biggest heroes. Yesterday, Brockton unveiled a statue in honor of marvelous Marvin Hagler. The boxer held the world middleweight title for 7 years during the 1980s. This bronze statue sits at a newly dedicated park and street named for Marvin Hagler. The Boston Red Sox are welcoming the New York Yankees to town on a winning streak. Last night, they took their second straight against the Philadelphia Phillies, one of the best teams in baseball in the league. Tyler O'Neill helped power the offense with a 3-run blast in the bottom of the fourth, so Red Sox win it 9-3. And tonight's game against the Yankees is going to start earlier than planned. It is now first pitch at 6:30, and the Sox move the game up to help fans who want to go see the Celtics in Game 4. Still out on CBS News Boston, the weekend is here. We've got some ideas for you in the to-do list.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm meteorologist Eric Fisher. Has some thunderstorms are rumbling across the area. This is round number 1. There'll be another round possible much later on toward the evening and overnight, but this has brought some powerful winds from parts of the area. That line just coming through Boston and right along the coastline had some torrential downpours as it passed on by. Core of stronger winds came through Arlington and around West Cambridge, Medford area over toward Revere, and that's where we have some scattered areas of damage, some wires down, some trees down as well. Also some strong winds that came through the Walpole area, Norwood, and over toward Millis. Some of that thunderstorm activity right along the North Shore, Nahant, and up toward Marblehead and Swampscott. Peabody getting that heavier rainfall. It's blown through Hull and moving into Hingham as well. Some heavier rain in Randolph and Norwood. Briefly, it'll pour and some street flooding likely. As these move south and east, your timing brings them down toward Pembroke, Marshfield, and Duxbury over the course of the next half hour or so. Then the question will be what happens after this. As these storms pass on by, you can see there'll be a break. Clouds will give way to some sunshine again this afternoon. So once these move through your town, you've got a window to be back outside. And if you're maybe picking up the kids from school or trying to take the dog out for a walk, there's an opportunity there. We could see some more fire up later on tonight as we move deeper into the evening hours. So we've got our window for the next few. And then maybe as we get past sunset, as the front actually starts to approach, another pulse of some thunderstorms and downpours may move through around the region. So it'll be a humid night still, and then eventually we'll dry out heading into tomorrow morning. But we'll watch out for that one more round later on today. If there are any more warnings issued, of course, we'll pass them along to you here on CBS News Boston.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to?
That was one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
And what's contained in this, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the front of this vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please. And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
Now, step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay. So on the left side here, I put down that scratches, and there's a dent there. The broken taillight here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here, and there was glass from a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what, if any, observations did you make of that in relation to the vehicle itself?
Yeah, it appeared to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection. So I'll strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stand.
I have no objections on the second part. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the dent that you've delineated within this photograph, did you take any measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other, as far as where the dents were located?
Yeah, so it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they in relation to the dent?
Right above the dent. I can see right there. As my hand's shaky.
Now, as far as you obviously also made observations of the driver's side taillight as well?
Yes.
And so, from what you observed of the driver's side taillight versus the passenger side taillight, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side taillight?
As compared to the left side of the taillight?
Yes.
So on the left side of the taillight, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the bumper, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Paul, we can talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle just first in general terms. What is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we are obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm, make sure the accelerator pedal moves back and forth. Just generally looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you inspected?
We didn't observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis, or what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The way the Lexus item was on an analysis was just based on I think I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
And how much did the vehicle weigh according to the gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now, with respect to the lights of the vehicle and being the tail lights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED. They were headlights and taillights were both LED.
And if you could just expound a little as far as LED lights, what if any significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LED lights?
LED well, most comparison to what most people think in car and tail lights, where I have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. There's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and tail lights.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes.
And what does NHTSA stand for?
It's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We run the vehicle through NHTSA to see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you discover when you ran this particular vehicle through NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be specific, we're talking about this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexus's in general make and model, correct?
Correct, yeah. We put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated on February 1st at some point you did some testing with the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that testing done, and what did it consist of?
It was done in the parking lot of Canton PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
So similar to the asphalt surface at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this collision?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What I understand is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, what if any tool or what, if any, implement did you use in the course of that testing?
We use a device called it's called a V-Box. This one's a V-Box Sport. The device is attached to the windshield, and then it's also attached by an antenna that goes to the roof. And then basically V-Box, do you want to explain what V-Box is?
Please.
Okay. So a V-Box is just, it measures performance for the vehicle. It uses GPS data to measure the speeds and its location. And use that just it'll give us how fast we were stopping, a drag factor for the roadway for that specific vehicle and type of road, and acceleration factors. So we attach that to the windshield, just kind of give me a way to check its acceleration and check its performance.
And sorry, Your Honor, one moment, please.
Sure.
So the V-Box is attached to that vehicle, so it's what specifically is it measured?
So yeah, it's using the GPS data to apply its location, and so it's measuring its speeds and using the speed and the location, putting that together. And once you use the app through the V-Box and accept certain parameters as like you can go, I want 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, and it'll set your vehicle. So when you go to 30 miles per hour, it'll tell you what you're doing at 30, what you're doing at 20, what you're doing at 10, and then it'll know if you're doing braking or acceleration tests. And it'll use those numbers that you have to give you, your acceleration factor or braking factor for the vehicle.
So from the V-Box Sports device that you use, and you've received training as it applies to using that device?
Yes, I have.
And certification as well?
It's usually just training on it.
Now, with respect to the V-Box Sport as it's attached to that vehicle, that's measuring specifically from that vehicle with those tires on that roadway surface that day, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to that testing on that day, you did some acceleration or reverse acceleration tests, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those tests did you conduct?
2.
And with you describe to the jury sort of how you conducted those tests or what speeds you were using or sort of that process of the 2 reverse acceleration tests that you conducted that day?
So the reverse acceleration test we conducted, we set the parameters up to at least 25 miles per hour. So what we did is we try to come from a stop at 0 and then press the accelerators all the way about as hard as I could press it and try to go back and see how fast I can get to 25 miles per hour and see what the performance did at that time.
And what, if any, kind of data did you receive with the V-Box Sport using during those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
It gave me an acceleration factor. It gave me its speeds and times and distances that it was at each location.
And if you could explain to the jury, sort of when you say acceleration factor, what is an acceleration factor?
It's just a number of how fast a vehicle could travel from an acceleration. And it could be a light acceleration to a medium acceleration, a hard acceleration. They all have a different number that you can use to kind of relate it back to what the acceleration is for that vehicle.
And what was the acceleration factor that you were able to obtain with those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
I believe this was, I had 0.317, I believe.
Now, during the course of those the reverse acceleration tests that you conducted on that day, what, if anything, did you know? Well, let me ask you this. As far as the operation of the vehicle, who was actually physically operating the vehicle?
I was actually operating the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you note during your operation of that vehicle during the reverse acceleration test that you conducted?
We also noted the accelerator pedal moved freely. There was no binding. There were no interference from anything on the floor. Nothing interfered with the accelerator pedal. It worked as it's supposed to.
And when you're doing this reverse acceleration test, how are you, if at all, are you manipulating the steering wheel at all, or is it a straight line test, or how is the test, how is the vehicle directed during the test?
So I try to keep it fairly straight.
And when you accelerated in reverse in a fairly straight fashion with the steering wheel, what, if anything, did you note about that?
They kept the vehicle fairly straight. It was fairly easy to keep control of.
Now, in addition to the 2 reverse acceleration tests, what, if any, testing did you do with regard to reverse braking?
Yeah, so we conducted 2 reverse braking tests.
And again, similar, can you describe to the jury, this is also with the V-Box Sport attached, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're obtaining data from that as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the reverse braking test, what, if anything, first as far as data is concerned, how fast were these tests being conducted? What, if anything, was input, and what, if any, data did you receive from?
Yeah, so the reverse braking one, we try to get up to about 30 miles per hour, and then once we get up to that speed, that's when we apply the brakes, try to brake the brakes fairly hard to try to get the vehicle to stop.
And are you also familiar with the term known as a deceleration factor?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's just essentially the opposite of an acceleration factor. This is a number for how fast the vehicle would slow down.
And with regard to the deceleration factor from the 2 reverse braking tests that you conducted on that date, what, if any, figure did you receive from the instrument from the V-Box Sport?
For the reverse braking?
Yes.
I believe this one was so it gets you a drag factor number for this vehicle too, and it's our deceleration factor, which was both are used the same way. This one, it was I think it was 7.1.
Now, with regard, again, you're operating the vehicle during these 2 reverse braking tests, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the vehicle when you were conducting these 2 reverse braking tests?
Yeah, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation from the brake.
Now, in addition, sir, were you able to conduct some forward braking tests?
Yes, I was.
And similar again, could you describe to the jury as far as how you were operating the vehicle during the forward braking test?
Yeah, it's essentially the same thing as reverse, except I was going forward this time. I got up to 30 miles per hour, and I would just apply the brakes about as hard as I could apply them till it stops.
And again, are you receiving from the instrument some sort of deceleration factor?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall what that was?
Yeah, it was a .69.
And during the course of your operation of the vehicle during the forward braking test, again, what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the defendant's vehicle?
Same as before, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation, no issues.
Now, you talked a little bit about a ACM or an airbag control module, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had downloaded information from that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you download that information, what, if anything, do you get from the vehicle, or what, if any, how are you able to sort of read or interpret that data?
So, in the airbag control model, it's equipped with it's called an event data recorder on EDR, and in that data from the EDR, we will use the BOSS CDR software and will attach to the vehicle, and then that software will basically extract the information or image the information that's in the module, and so that information could range from getting us speeds, if there was braking, if there was steering wheel movements, basically like looking for change of velocity, that type of. So there's a lot of information around the vehicle.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Showing you the documents, sir, 7 pages in length. Just ask you to review that when you're finished.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the document that gets printed out through from the airbag control model through the crash data retrieval software.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 590.
Now, sir, when it comes to the CDR printouts, or let me ask you this. When it comes to the airbag control module, who is that designed to protect or to apply to in respect to safety measures with the vehicle?
Applies to the occupants inside the vehicle.
And this may sound a little terse when I say it, but essentially the airbag control module is typically not designed to protect people on the exterior or the outside of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've been involved in a number of crash investigations involving pedestrians, correct?
Yes.
And as far as this particular case, what, if any, sort of useful or significant information were you able to interpret or retrieve from the ACM?
And this through the software, there was no data recovered, or no events recovered.
And when it comes to pedestrian crashes in general, and as far as there being no data in this case, is that something that's abnormal?
It is not.
Explain to the jury sort of why not.
So what an airbag control module is doing, as it's running, it's constantly monitoring the vehicle. It's looking for like a sudden change of velocity, anything like a collision. So once it feels that sudden change of velocity, essentially we'll wake up and monitor the vehicle, see if there's people wearing seatbelts on, what's the speed of the vehicle, number of different things that it could look for. And all it wants to do is either do I deploy the airbags or do I tighten the seatbelts. So most motor vehicle crashes with a car-on-car crash, there will be a higher change of velocity. So that's usually kind of what it's looking for. Pedestrian crashes are going to, there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. That means when they both interact with each other, the pedestrian is not going to change that vehicle's velocity in such a quick manner as, say, two cars would strike each other.
Now, with respect to crash reconstruction in general, are you familiar with a term called delta V?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means as far as what is a delta V and what is it measured?
So that's kind of what I was saying about the change of velocity. It was a change of velocity. And I mean like change of velocity, like it's also going to be within a certain amount of time. So change amount of speed within a certain amount of time. So.
And with respect to the vehicle as it applies to crashes or collisions involving pedestrians, and I think you've said a little bit about this, but what, if any, impact on the velocity of the vehicle would striking a pedestrian typically have?
Very little.
Now, specifically when it applies to pedestrian collisions in general, are you familiar with the concept of linear momentum?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it applies with pedestrian crashes in general?
Linear momentum. Momentum is essentially when two objects interact with each other. They come in with momentum and they leave with momentum, with essentially the same momentum. And linear momentum just means something that's in line with each other.
Now, as far as we talked a little bit earlier in your testimony about roadway evidence, when it comes to your experience with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, relationship does that linear momentum have in relation to roadway evidence that you would expect to find at a scene of a pedestrian collision?
So when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, they will go in the direction where the vehicle was traveling. So if the vehicle is traveling one way, the pedestrian strikes, it will go essentially that same way, depending on what part that vehicle strikes.
Now, as far as other items that the pedestrian may either have in their hand or other items of looser fitting clothing, what, if any, experience do you have as far as observations of those on collision scenes involving pedestrian collisions?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon for pedestrians to lose essentially any sort of loose clothing. So, shoes, belts, hats, anything that's not very strapped on very well, could leave the body.
And as far as directionality is concerned, when it applies to that linear momentum that you were speaking of before, those sort of loosely held or handheld items, or would glasses be included within that as well?
Correct.
So those types of items, as far as directionality is concerned, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, so they will go in the same direction the pedestrian travels post-impact. We usually use that as kind of a post-impact path of travel for the pedestrian, showing that this is the direction that they would have traveled from where they got struck.
Now, are you also familiar with the reconstruction terms known as area of impact and point of impact?
Correct.
And can you explain what those terms mean in a crash reconstruction context for the jury?
Yeah, so an area impact is essentially the area where the crash happened, where these two vehicles or vehicle pedestrians, where their initial impact happened. Point of impact is the same thing, it's just more down to like that specific point at that specific area. Area can mean a little bit broader in that sense.
And what are some of is this something that is delineated somewhat, at least by roadway evidence?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what types of roadway evidence that would lead you or any crash reconstructionist to formulate an opinion as to the area of impact?
Yeah, so like I said earlier with the path of travel, so a lot of in collisions most of our collisions we start where the final arrest goes, and we follow the debris or the clothing, we're back to where, follow that path back to where it came from. And we know within that area, that's where an area impact would be.
Now, with relation to the evidence that was depicted on the diagrams that were up on the screen before as the exhibits, what, if any, relationship would the taillight pieces and the shoe that were recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road have in relation to that area of impact?
Yeah, so they were found alongside the roadway. So I know that they were found, the area impact had been somewhere within the roadway and probably somewhere at the beginning, just prior to the beginning of the first point of evidence that we found.
So somewhere towards the first point of evidence contained within that debris field, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, could have one moment?
Yes.
Now, sir, are you also familiar with a safety system specifically applicable to Lexus vehicles?
Yes.
And have you received training in regard to downloading information in regard to that as well?
Yes.
And what is that safety system? What is that called?
It's called the Toyota TechStream software.
And so the Toyota TechStream is a software similar to the crash data retrieval or CDR software that you were talking about, but just specific to a Lexus?
Yeah, but it's between Toyota and Lexus has software. The TechStream, it's similar in the fact that they both record data to the vehicle. TechStream was created by Toyota for their technicians to diagnose vehicles and use that information to help, any kind of mechanical issues that they would have with the vehicle that they can do when you bring your car to them. They can look at the TechStream and just kind of find out what caused the mechanical issue.
Now, with respect to the Toyota TechStream data that's available, what kind of data are we talking?
So TechStream, yeah, they obviously the diagnostic stuff, so they're looking for any engine defaults or anything else. But they also have what's called a vehicle control history in it.
Sorry, I missed that. Called what?
A vehicle control history.
Thank you.
And the vehicle control history it's basically monitoring people's driving behavior. So it has certain, they call it triggers that they have listed. And when those triggers are met, they will record data related to that trigger.
And what type of data, in general terms, what type of data are you able to recover through the Toyota TechStream tool from the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so that each trigger, you can record, it's the same as you get your speeds, brakes, if the accelerator pedal's on, look for steering wheel angles, engine RPMs, all the information that you have related to vehicles.
Now, in addition, is it possible with vehicles that have, some vehicles made that are accessible through this Toyota TechStream, including Lexus, which I should say, I'm sorry, so Lexus is manufactured by Toyota, correct?
That's correct.
So in some vehicles, Toyota or Lexus vehicles are made by that manufacturer, are equipped with camera systems, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, in general terms, what, if anything, in relation to the camera system is it possible to collect from the vehicle control history?
The camera systems in certain vehicles can record photos, like little grainy black and white photos.
And were you able to recover any black and white photos or photos of any kind from the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I was not.
Now, with respect to the sort of physical process of the downloading using this Toyota TechStream tool, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's physically done or what you're doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
It's the same process, just different software as we would for the airbag control module. As I said before, we plug into the DLC port and then open up that software program, and we follow the steps and we extract the information from the vehicle.
Now, the extraction of the Toyota TechStream data in this particular case, when was that accomplished?
For this one, I believe it was February 2nd, 2023.
So a year and a day after you had conducted the braking and acceleration test and inspected the vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage?
That's correct.
And so as far as the timing of that being February 2nd of 2023, why was that?
I was, at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it and I thought, is this relevant to our case? And I looked more into it and found that it is relevant. So.
And the Toyota TechStream, as far as that applicability or that tool, is that a relatively newer tool in the area of crash reconstruction?
It is getting fairly newer, as in it's getting spread out. It's getting bigger. It first got created on one vehicle in 2014. So it's been slowly trickling into the Toyotas and Lexus vehicles over time. But it's definitely gotten bigger within the past couple of years.
Now, with regard to this information, when you were then able to download that information, you received some data, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that it goes, or it's measured sort of by triggers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from the data that you were able to obtain from the defendant's vehicle, what type of data were you able to retrieve as it relates to the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so I mean, this had like a page and a half full of triggers that over the vehicle's time span that it captured.
And with respect to the triggers, how many triggers did it capture?
It's like a page and a half. I don't know exact numbers of how many triggers that was on each page, but there was, it's at least a good page and a half full of triggers.
Your Honor, may the trooper refer to his notes in regard to that? And Trooper, if I could direct you, I think it's page 9 of your report.
Okay.
And how many triggers was it, sir?
Can you count them?
Does he have to count them, Mr. Lally?
No, I don't think he has to count them. Sir, if I could direct you to paragraph 22.
Oh, yeah, so 22 separate triggers. So in my report, it says 22 separate triggers that occurred on odometer mileage 12665 to 12666.
And with regard to the mileage that you noted as far as being between miles 12665 and miles 12666, that's 12,665 to 12,666, correct?
Correct.
And what was the mileage that you observed on the vehicle at inspection?
12,665.
And at the time that you conducted this Toyota TechStream download from the vehicle, what was the mileage at that time?
12,666.
And there's also reference within the vehicle control history data in regard to something called a key cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what a key cycle is and what are the different things that could trigger a key cycle?
Key cycle is essentially, so it's from the ignition cycle. Let's take a step. Sorry. So a key cycle is essentially from when the vehicle's off, it's pressed on. It doesn't necessarily need to be running or turned on. It just needs to be turned on and then off again, and that would be one key cycle.
Now, with relation to your analysis in regard to the vehicle control history, what, if any, role did the key cycle numbers, or what kind of role did that play in your analysis?
It shows me where how far away they were from each other. The key cycles were.
And how far away in what terms, sir?
So when I turned the vehicle on, when I did my testing, it shows me what key cycle was that I was on when I did those testings, and then the odometer mileage in relationship to that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you the documents. He's asked you to look at that. Look up when you finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Call off the seat to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 591.
Your Honor, may I have a moment and then return it to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish this to the jury. Now, Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen? Is that the exhibit that you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information and where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle control history. Every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. These are the elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Now, from the within this table, sir, there are 2 triggers reported at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to the...
Okay, you have to either come closer or speak up even louder, Mr. Alley.
I will speak louder. Your Honor.
There's no microphone near you. That's the problem for the court reporter.
My issue is, Your Honor, there's no light over here.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please, Hunter.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as 2 triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as the, what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your braking test?
Yeah, so, yeah, I was told that where she traveled afterwards, or prior to that, I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I want to introduce in a bit of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 592. Thank you.
I have 1 minute, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I return it to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if you could enlarge 2 minutes just a little more. Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
And these are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage tools.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dighton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes, so which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance, and I did a min and the max distance of, and the minimum was 36.1, and the max distance of 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute, and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
You are unmuted.
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, I'm sorry, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes of travel, is that correct?
Yes.
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6?
Correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance traveled to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference does that make?
Between the two min-maxes?
Yes.
Only 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is odometer mileage, so 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the 2 triggers that are in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these 2 triggering events that you were talking about at the earlier mileage?
I said no difference. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the 2 triggering events that you were just talking about?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as within your report and your analysis, did you come up with some sort of a label as far as these 2 different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,629, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I labeled them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and one other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
And may I approach, Ron?
Yes.
First, you have another document asking you to just review that before we finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. The 593.
And again, if I could just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I return this to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may I
Yes.
Okay, so with the document before you, what's now up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit?
I do.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles A.
Okay. So each row, starting from the top, is the vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself, or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to, let me show it, right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, and then goes up to 5. Then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one total time of 10 seconds. And I'll just put time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here, and that's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed. Zeros are labeled as a light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So it starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here, and then stops for that time, and then increases back, speeds backs up to. It goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0, and then back up to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7. If I can read that right. And next below 4 is just miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
If I could stop you there just for a second, sir. As far as the accelerator pedal opening angle,
correct.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of the vehicle?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it was, on zeros not pressed and 100%, it's all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher in this way Toyota labels it. So then that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And it also shows start from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%, and that's 5 seconds. That's only, a little over a second past the trigger. And so up to 50% and then back off, and then back onto the accelerator again, up to 34%.
Now, as far as this data is concerned for the VCH data from the Toyota tech stream, what, if any, information are you able to glean as far as directionality, as far as forward, reverse, left, right, things like that from this data?
So on this label right here, so it shows the shift position signal. 1 is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward, and then the vehicle got shifted into reverse, and then back to drive again.
Now, from your experience and from your training when it comes to interpreting this type of data, do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, this appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. Because also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal. And the steering wheel showed that she was driving left and then right and the back left again. And also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could just retrieve the one we got before you.
Absolutely. Yep.
That document that I've just handed you now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report as labeled as 12,629 miles B.
So that's the second triggering event within this same mileage reading on the odometer, same key cycle?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come off the seat and introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 590.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to, just go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission
Thank
this
you,
time.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could. And to recall, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage or the second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles peak, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
And this occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you note with respect to this data.
So for this one, same label as before, as just said. The vehicle control history time is, if I can see that, the trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows the same thing, 10 seconds of data. And let's go, so the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. I think it's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while, and then the vehicle speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. And the accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and 74.
Now, that's 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this data from 12,629 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12,629A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred within on the same odometer mileage.
Now, with respect to the duration of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12,629 miles B, what kind of duration of data are we looking at in this particular table or chart?
Say that again?
How long a period of time does this depict?
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this whole just this one?
Just this one.
Okay, so this is 10 seconds of data.
And with respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So the 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9-second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if any, significance does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you from this data on the screen?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
Now, with respect to directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It should show slowing down zeros like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel, how far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
And so am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, When is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this table?
74.5 starts at the 8-second.
Now, as far as this trigger is concerned, I understand from your testimony that the maximum speed is 24.2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the vehicle speed recorded at the end of this 10-second data set?
23.6.
Now, as far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0, and it goes to 0, which is neutral, then goes down, then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight, it stops, then gets placed in reverse, and then goes back, goes in reverse.
Now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data.
Yes.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in the steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think the far it goes is left is at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if a steering wheel's a circle, the whole circle is 360 degrees. So 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle at 13.5%.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so, in a fairly straight line, and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel was obviously caused by operator traveling only a small amount, about right, and up to here. So it's only just operator steering at those small deviations.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Grab that one.
There we go.
And present you with another document. You recognize that?
I do.
Now, what do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry, hard practice. Call of the seat to introduce and as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
You can go ahead and publish it if you're inclined to.
Okay. Trooper Paul, from what's depicted up on the screen as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion of the data set.
Yeah, so I circled in here if they dropped from 24.2 to 23.6, and also the steering wheel signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5, so positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the cellular opening ratio kind of stays consistent at 74%.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Borrow that back.
Yep.
And I'm showing you another document, sir.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a vehicle control history distance chart I calculated and attached to my report.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll move the seat to introduce and move to the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on the screen, I should have asked you this before. How was this table created, and what, if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,609B. I started from when the vehicle was placed into reverse, and when it immediately goes from 0 and travels up to 23.6. Just that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used this vehicle speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total distance traveled from the 0 to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there?
97.35 feet.
And with respect to the vehicle's maximum speed, as far as 24.2 miles per hour that's recorded within this data set, how much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 mile per hour?
62.51 feet.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Paul, with regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B, what, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and why?
Yeah, there's a point in there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees, and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, the pedestrian in this collision, what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I mean, it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained,
yes.
What, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Due to, I mean, we can break down each injury due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this, in this particular case, with striking the Lexus.
Now, specifically with reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expound upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
So kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically their principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle along the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and then to the left due to the more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to it being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular to pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant's vehicle?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have, somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage. Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they would have damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
Now, with regard to the vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with a forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So, as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision? And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projected him off to the left, it wouldn't show that he would have been, the car would have ran over him and traveled over him, like traditional.
Yeah,
the car would.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit.
Sorry. Yes, so due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and body rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle, and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle, as you do in a lot of traditional forward projection crashes. The vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that is not what you found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
I know you've mentioned it a couple of times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So a pedestrian center mass is essentially obviously the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be a center mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area or just below the chest area.
Now, if I could turn your attention, Trooper Paul, back to February 1st of 2022, when you were at the Canton Police Department. You mentioned that, or you testified earlier at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras, and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras and the vehicle.
And again, if you could, just in general terms, first, just describe for the jury, when you say visibility analysis, typically speaking, what are you doing in a visibility analysis?
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in their vehicle. Looking for, in this particular case, we were trying to see if the operating vehicle would be able to see a pedestrian behind the vehicle. And also in this, where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras and see what would the cameras pick up as we go into reverse.
And in fairness to the defendant, at this particular time when this visibility analysis was conducted, it was during the daytime, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your understanding of the crash is that it occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a visibility analysis, typically would you be looking to recreate as close as you can to the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able to, were you able to do that in this case?
We were not.
And why?
Due to was most, like I said, it's mostly done when we're trying to see what a pedestrian, an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but a lot of times when it's like an intentional act, visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Now, as far as this particular visibility analysis that was conducted in this case, how, if at all, was that memorialized?
It was recorded when the crime scenes. Trooper recorded it.
My apologies. Before I get to that, sir.
Okay.
I could turn your attention just back to the text stream just for a moment. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs to ask you to look at those. And first, I'm just going to ask you generally if you recognize those.
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
It's the inside of the vehicle. Appears to be taking out the, showing that taking out the infotainment system.
The what system?
Infotainment system.
And the last photograph there, what, if anything, does that depict, sir?
That is the module for the infotainment system.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything. That was Trooper Nick Marinos did the infotainment system in this vehicle.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had training as it relates to Burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does Burla have with respect to the infotainment system?
They had tools to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not.
And do you know why not?
Because they had to go to, I think Burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, as far as those photographs, they are fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the vehicle during the time that you were conducting your testing.
Yes.
Your Honor, Palmer will proceed to introduce and admit the next 7 exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry, I was writing a note. What are those 5 photographs?
7.
7.
7. No objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just follow.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the photograph labeled BEP2. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 597?
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the steering wheel.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP3. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen and is marked as Exhibit 598?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the photograph.
That is the infotainment system.
And as far as the infotainment system, when you were operating that vehicle, what, if anything, was displayed on that screen within the infotainment system?
If you were in drive, it just had, the radio navigation stuff. But if you're in reverse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP4, sorry. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 599?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's the push button start, the ignition.
And so that's how this vehicle is started and stopped, essentially, as a push button start. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP22. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now marked as Exhibit 601?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this.
Yes, that's the infotainment system. It's on, shows satellite here. Looks like that's the navigation.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, if I could take you back just for a second to the VCH data and the kinematics of what you were testifying about just a moment ago. You had mentioned that with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that is consistent or could have been caused by striking his head on a part of the pavement or the curbing, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you responded to and investigated on prior occasions, as far as weather, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what, if any, impact could that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the visibility analysis that you were conducting on February 1st, you mentioned that that was memorialized with photographs as well as video, is that correct?
Correct.
And the video that was taken, sir, was that in the interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle, or both?
I believe it might have been just the interior.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, sir, I'm showing you 2 discs.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And those are the recordings of the visibility or the braking and acceleration tests from February 1st, both interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm willing to introduce and admit to the next exhibits.
No objection.
Before we get to those videos, Trooper, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you another series of, I believe, 8 photographs. Just ask you to look at those and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, Trooper?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photos from the backup cameras and sensor tests.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm willing to seek to introduce and admit to the next exhibits.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from this packet photograph 2612. Trooper, if you could, please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph that's now been marked as Exhibit 606.
Yes, this is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 610?
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
Now, as far as the backup cameras on this particular vehicle, what kind of view was able to be portrayed, or what did you observe on the screen when you placed the vehicle in reverse?
Yes, so this has this straight backup camera and also has a 360 overhead view of the vehicle.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating this 360-degree camera angle view?
It has the front and the sides and the rear cameras.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Okay. So the one on the left, that's the backup camera, and the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
Now, in addition to what's depicted on the screen right now as far as the vehicle on the 360 overhead, as the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it gets closer to.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red like blip or little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
And is that something that appears as you approach an object from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. As you approach the object, the bar will, blink and will go get faster as you get closer to the object.
Now, with respect to the system overall, in addition to the visual cues depicted up on the screen, what, if any, auditory cues are also part of this system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increases in speed or rapidity, is that correct?
Correct.
And how does it, what, if anything, does it do as far as the volume of the beeping that you use?
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer to an object, correct?
Yep.
Now, with respect to sort of the middle of the screen here, up on the dashboard, what, if anything, do you observe there? Could you direct the jury's attention to what, if any, devices are up there right now?
Yes, so that right here, this blue device, that's the V-Box Sport that attached to the windshield.
So that's something that you attach to the vehicle. It's not necessarily something that was in the vehicle when you began to operate it around.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2618. And Trooper Paul, if you could describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer if you could, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center console.
Yeah, so this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is the 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take this down. If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Trooper Paul, as far as during this visibility analysis that you conducted, you testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle and this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back reverse acceleration braking tests, as well as the visibility analysis, what, if anything, did you observe with relation to the functionality of the cameras and the visual and auditory cues?
Everything seemed to be working properly.
Now, when you were operating the vehicle on February 1st and you shifted the vehicle into reverse, what would then sort of occur with the screen in the center of the dashboard?
It would change from the navigation to the backup cameras.
And how long a period of time did that take as far as you shifted from drive to reverse on a number of different occasions while you were conducting your test, correct?
Yes.
And so how long a period of time are we talking about between the time that you shift the vehicle from drive or another gear to reverse for those screens to then display both the rear backup camera and the 360 overhead view?
It's fairly instantaneous, very quick.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
And where did you place that in relation to the vehicle?
Along the right rear.
And as far as that punching bag dummy was concerned, about how far up off the ground was the top of that?
I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. Maybe my height or taller.
And with respect, your height, sir, how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that, placing it behind the vehicle, after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point were you inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were inside of the vehicle and that was outside of the vehicle, what, if any, visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
So what, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed out there?
It would have been invisible in the cameras.
Now, with respect to the visibility analysis that was conducted with respect to that, let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar, so exemplar pedestrian, can you explain sort of what that term means and how it relates to a visibility analysis?
So an exemplar pedestrian is, just like you said, we used a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
Now, when that exemplar pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area of the vehicle, what, if any, obstructions did you observe as far as just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking, or cameras or anything else, as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus feet away from the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you note as far as the visibility was concerned?
Yeah, so if it was placed right next to the vehicle, it'd be blocked by the back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy and the cameras, and also in the side mirrors.
So at a distance of at least 5 feet, it was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could, I would ask, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure what exhibit numbers they are, but the two videos that were just introduced.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the exterior video first.
And just for the record, they are 604 and 605 now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for a moment. Trooper Paul, with respect to, just for orientation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of where we are in relation to the Canton Police Department and where it was that you conducted these tests.
Yeah, so this is a view from the back of the Canton Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
And as far as the vehicle in question, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where that is and sort of where it's going to be in relation to the camera angle.
The vehicle is right here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. If I could ask you to pause there for just a moment. Trooper Paul, during these testing that you were conducting here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those things, the highest speeds that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour, is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that VCH data for the second or the B of those two data sets, what was the highest miles per hour there?
24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what, if anything, was this vehicle equipped with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on the pavement?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to when the brakes, as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire, so it kind of rotates between tires, so the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what, if any, relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, the sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake, what would you expect to hear with respect to ABS braking?
There would be no screeching of the tires.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from here. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish the other video of the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it briefly. Again, Trooper Paul, with reference to what's up on the screen, if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the screen in the center of the dashboard and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible here.
So right here is the reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done with regard to acceleration or braking test, or are we looking at the visibility now?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please rest. If you could pause it there, Mr. If I could ask you to just bring it back just a couple of seconds. Pause it there. Trooper Paul, as far as the, this is a closer-up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, this may be a little difficult to see, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes, so this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and it now shows a sensor for the back of the vehicle. And also same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line further behind the vehicle.
And then in the actual camera view?
The actual camera view shows that's where our punching bag dummy was, and also shows where the sensor's backed up to on the bottom here.
And Ms. Gilman, for the record, this is about 34 seconds in, if you could press play from here. Now, Trooper Paul, at some point over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at 1 Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had occasion to see a video depicting the defendant backing out of the garage as snow was coming down?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6, video number 153.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes. All right, so I appreciate your patience.
You are unmuted.
A few things. So I'm going to send you home for the day because the lawyers and I are staying, and Trooper, I'm going to ask you to stay. Sometimes when we take these breaks, when I talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to you now as efficiently as possible. Next week, we will be in session here Monday. Tuesday is going to be a full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses to make sure that the case is ready for you to wrap up. So Tuesday you will be off, we'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday. We'll have a full day Thursday and half a day Friday. It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks to begin your deliberations sometime that last week in March. Okay? So we appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the lawyers now really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible. So, those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Monday. Monday will be a full day. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
Here and follow me, please.